ladies and gentlemen, for those of us joining us for the first time in Nairobi, can I see your hands up if this is your first time in Nairobi? Oh, wow, that's a lot of people. Okay, if this is the second time in Nairobi, let me see your hands up. Second time in Nairobi. Oh, let me start again. First time in Africa. Let me see your hands up. Oh, wow. Okay, please, a round of applause for them. Those that just came in for the first time. How are you guys seeing it so far? Good, I guess? Good? Amazing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to let you guys know that the most powerful things in the world are not owned, they are actually shared. And this conference is set for those who are willing to put themselves out there and share those things. So if you're a first-time contributor, or you're a seasoned maintainer, or you're someone who just is ready to ask those difficult questions, we'd like to welcome you guys for the first time in the city of Nairobi to Bitcoin Plus Plus. A round of applause for the organizers, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an amazing one. I must say from personal experience, I did not expect Nairobi to be this cold at this time of the year. But some of us coming from the Europe already seems it's normal to us, right? Yeah, so, but we don't have much time. Or rather, we have so much time, and we're just going to jump right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be bringing up on stage someone important. Yes, first of all, important. Secondly, very amazing. And the person who made this conference possible for us to be here for the conference kickoff, please put your hands together as we bring up on stage Nifty!
Thank you, Paul. Hey, everyone. As Paul said, I'm Nifty. I started Bitcoin Plus Plus back in 2022 in I guess my home state of Texas. Very excited to be here in Nairobi this week for our first ever open source edition. Yeah, so Bitcoin Plus Plus is really about the community of developers that come together to build Bitcoin. You know, Satoshi might have started Bitcoin as, well, I guess it's debated whether it was him who started working on it by himself or whether it was a team of people that were being cool. So as I was saying, Bitcoin Plus Plus started in Texas. I got together a lot of, you know, it really just started me bringing together all of the smart people that were working on Bitcoin at the time and teaching people about how it works. So really excited to have, this is our 17th ever Bitcoin Plus Plus. We've been to 9 different countries. Maybe this is number 10. I gotta admit, I might have lost track. But this is the first one where we're ever focusing on open source as a topic. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the conference series, I usually pick a different topic for every conference. We've done mempools, we've done privacy, we've done on-chain, like coin joins. But this is the first one where we're focusing on what open source is. So I thought it would be good to maybe give you guys some of the kind of core principles of what makes software open source. And this goes back to some of the hackers and freedom lovers that were working on open source software way before Bitcoin even was a thing. Can anyone read this in Swahili? I don't actually know Swahili, so I'm trusting. Can anyone read this for me? What does it say? And what does that mean? So the Google Translate tells me this means free as in freedom, not beer. So what does that mean? I think the first time I heard this, I was a bit confused. I wasn't really sure. But it means that, you know, I can give you a free, something can be free, as in I can give you a free beer. But that's not exactly what people mean when they say free and open software, right? Which is the F and FOSS, so free and open software. The free that they mean is freedom. So I'm going to walk through kind of what the 4 core starting principles were, 4 essential freedoms of what it means to be truly open source. How many of you have heard of these before? Is this going to be new? I think this might be new. Okay, we got 1 hand, 2 hands. All right. I think these were put out by the GNU project. I might be wrong. And I'm going to say in like the 80s or maybe the early 90s. And there's 4 of them. So the first freedom that truly free software brings you is the freedom to run the program as you wish for any purpose. I'm calling this freedom 0 because we're nerds and we start counting at 0. Okay. Second freedom, or freedom one, is the freedom to study how the program works and change it so it does your computing as you wish. So I have a note, so enable to be able to study how the program works. That means that you have to be able to read the source code, right? So that means you need access to what the code is that's actually running and executing. Cool, so that's the first one. So the first one is you need to be able to run the program as you want it to. The second one is you need to be able to see how it works and then be able to change it. The second freedom, or number 3, is the freedom to redistribute copies so you can help others. So that means it's the freedom to take what you've done or maybe what you've changed and give it to others. I took out the so you can help others. I say you should be able to redistribute it, as you wish just because you want to share it, right? So that's the freedom to let others use it. And then the last freedom is the freedom to distribute your modified version. So you can see what it's doing. You can change it so that it works maybe better for your use case or whatever particular situation you find yourself in. And then you can share your changes and to the tool or to the software that you've made with other people. And if your software meets those 4 conditions, then it is truly considered free and open software. So those are the 4. Cool. Are we on pause? I can keep talking. Cool. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
There's technical difficulties. Great. So just to kind of summarize that, if you take all 4 of those things, that means that users, anyone that's accessing your software, has the freedom to run it, to make copies of it, to distribute it, to study it, and change it so that they can improve it and share it with others. And I think that that's really powerful, right? Let's see what else I've got on here. So then the next thing I wanted to bring this back to why we're here today, and that's for Bitcoin, right? The open source software movement was really about source code, your ability to change it and share it. But with Bitcoin, I think we get to go a little bit further. Bitcoin is software that runs, and it's an entire ecosystem of it, but it's more than just one particular software project. Bitcoin is an ecosystem of software that's open, that runs on open protocols. So it's not just the software that we're building, it's the ways that we relate to each other. So it's writing out rules that we can use interchangeably to be able to communicate with each other and transact, because Bitcoin is money, which is transaction. And so with this open protocol that is Bitcoin, we're able to exchange value over distance. So now I have a picture of a big wall or door that has been shut. So in ecosystems where it's difficult, maybe there's regulations or differences in human languages that make it hard to share what you know and the tools that you build. Bitcoin is a common protocol that we can all build on, what makes it possible for us to connect across borders, across different ecosystems and realities, such that we're able to build a united system and be able to freely transact not only with the code that we're writing and sharing, but also with monetary value because of this open protocol that everyone can learn and study. And so I think that's what we're here for the next 3 days to really celebrate, is the contributions that everyone here is making to open source software, not just at the level of changing it and updating it, but also the protocols and how we interact and transact across borders without having to ask permission. Thank you, all of you, for being here. I really want to thank our sponsors, thank you. Hello. Oh, that's much better. I really want to give a big thank you to our 2 headline sponsors, NIDIG and the Human Rights Foundation. Without their support, this entire conference series wouldn't be possible. We also have a sponsor who's helping sponsor our workshop stage, which is Stackworks, so a big thank you to them. What else is on here? And then our silver sponsor, Alaka Knit, along with B-Trust, who's our title sponsor and has a great booth. So if you want to talk to their team about the awesome projects and sponsorships that they're doing in the ecosystem across the global south, they're here to talk to you. So big thank you to B-Trust as well. A few announcements about what to expect over the next 3 days. First of all, we're running a hackathon. How many of you have participated in a hackathon before? A handful of people. Okay, so my goal is by the end of today, every single one of you will be able to say that you've participated in a hackathon. So who hacks at a Bitcoin++ hackathon? everyone is going to hack at a Bitcoin plus hackathon. We've specifically tailored the schedule so that speakers, volunteers, people helping run the AV will have some free time at the end of today. They'll be able to find a team, figure out a project, and then spend the end of this afternoon, or sorry, my slides are kind of messed up, but you'll be able to find a team and come together and compete for prizes. Speaking of prizes, we will be doing a kickoff, I believe, at 3 o'clock here. So please be here at 3 o'clock for the kickoff, and we will announce what the prizes are, sponsorships, etc., what is up for grabs. What else? A big thank you to Soapbox for being our hackathon sponsor for this conference. Cool. Kickoff at 3 here. Okay, quick overview of the conference. So just so if you're looking for a talk and you're not sure where to find it, congratulations, you have found the main stage. That's where we are right now. There's 2 other stages that are going to start running. We've got another hour of content here, and then we'll start branching out into other rooms soon. The talk stage will be here to our bad at directions, right? And then if you want to go, so that's immediately here. If you want to go to the workshop stage, you're going to have to wander through. It's not really a good picture on here. That's the talk stage. The workshop stage, you'll need to go across the walkway into this expo room, which is where we'll have space for running the hackathon, and then head back to your right again, and then workshop stage over there. So that's where everything's located. Lunch is going to be downstairs in the restaurant, and that'll be, I think, at 12:30, so we'll have about an hour break for lunch. Just as an FYI, there's only 1 elevator working here, which would take a long time to get everyone downstairs. There's a second bank of elevators if you cross into the other building, and there's 2 working elevators that will take you downstairs. So that might be the express way to get down if you need to head that way. Just as a note, we ask that before you take a picture of someone and post it anywhere, if you please get their permission to include them in your photo. We like to respect people's privacy as much as possible. There's a few speakers here who have asked us not to record their talks or to not broadcast their faces, so we'll be doing that for them and ask your help in making that happen as well. Finally, if you're not in the Bitcoin Telegram, this is the QR code. It should have been in your message that you got when you got your ticket. So if you're not able to take a photo of this, you should have it also in your email. There's also, I should have mentioned, there's also a Bitcoin dashboard. I don't think it has a link to this there, but that's where you can find out, well, obviously all of you found your tickets, so you're here, congratulations. Right, so Telegram is where we'll post information about where the elevators are, that sort of thing. Or if you're looking for a hackathon group, want to talk to someone else about it, it's a good place to connect. And with that, I think that wraps up my kickoff. Big thank you to all of you for being here. I really appreciate you showing up for our first ever conference in Kenya. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Just in addition to that, if you want to look at the agenda, you could also go to the btcpp.dev, the website. Click on Nairobi. The agenda is also there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all know everyone wants to be Batman. A superhero with their own project, attracting constant review, funding, and recognition. But we have someone here who wants to give us a different side of view. Please welcome on stage Fabian from Brink as he tells us to become Robin, a path into Bitcoin. A round of applause for Fabian, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Nifty, for putting on this conference on open source in general, because I've wanted to give a version of this talk for a very long time. But I usually go to technical conferences and talk about technical things, and it just never really seemed to fit in well. But when I saw that this conference was happening with this topic, I said, okay, great, this is my time to give this talk. So I want to give a talk on an approach on how to get into full-time Bitcoin open source development, because I hope there are some people here that are interested in that and want to go down this path and look for kind of a way to do it. And I think what could be a more appropriate theme for this talk than superheroes, of course. And so I named this basically the Robin way. And I want to talk about my qualifications here. Usually I don't do this at all because I talk about technical stuff and I think the content should just speak for itself. But since this is a not very typical talk for me, I feel insecure enough to have this slide. So I've been contributing to Bitcoin open source for about 7 years now. I myself didn't get started just on my own. I needed some help to really get into it and to get to the stage where I could do it full time. So that's kind of my way of giving it back a little bit. I was part of a chain code residency who now organize, for example, the BOSS program that you may have heard of. I took Jimmy Song's course and that helped me a lot on my journey. I also organize a BitDev Socratic seminar, which I saw is going to be a satellite event also later. And in this capacity, but also in other capacities, I often get questions from people about like what it's like to work in open source full time and how to get started, and especially also how to get funding to really be able to do it in a sustainable way full time. But also this was not all smooth sailing for me. There were also some tough times. There were some bear markets throughout the last 7 years. And that also meant for me that I got a grant, then I didn't have a grant, and I had to take up a normal job again that was not open source, and Bitcoin became a hobby again. So I know like it also depends on your life situations, how this can work and how it can work sustainably. So I think I have enough empathy for a lot of different people and their views on this. But now I'm pretty stable. I've been part of Brink now for the 3rd year. They funded me now throughout this time. So as the MC already told you, kind of the first thing is like everyone kind of wants to be Batman. That's true on the playground, and I think that's also true in open source. In open source, what this means is that when you get started, like when you look at what is happening in open source and who are the people that get funding, who are the people that get recognition, that's typically the people that you read about that have like a big project that is under their control and that they are doing, and it's important. And so you get the feeling that you want to be in a similar situation. Like you need to have your own thing, a big important thing. At least that's what it felt like to me, and that's what I've heard from a few people in the past as well. And the reason is pretty obvious. You want the work that you do to matter, and you want to be appreciated by others. And this comes also with second-order effects because it matters and because people appreciate it. They will give you a review, and the review will help you to actually have high development speed. That's typically one of the problems in open source, that things are moving pretty slowly in projects like Bitcoin Core, for example, where I'm pretty active. And also you get sustainable funding if people appreciate what you do, of course. But there are a couple of problems with this for newcomers. So first of all, it's very tough to judge for anyone who's just joining what is really a good project, especially if it's something that is making lots of changes, that is big and it feels important, but does everyone feel about it the same way? So you can kind of get stuck in like trying to find this thing, and you're not really doing anything other than just trying to find this thing that kind of meets your bar, or what you feel like is the bar that you have to meet. Even when you found something, then if you haven't really done anything yourself, if you haven't contributed anything so far, then it's also going to be tough for you to find others to look at your work in turn. And so that's why I think getting started as Batman, it does happen, and that's great when it works out. But I think generally it's not the best approach, and that I would recommend people to go down. So you saw the other Batman picture, which is from one of the more recent movies. The recent movies are great, but they don't really have Robin in them, I think. Like, there's not really, he's not really in a picture, but when I was a very young boy and not allowed to go to the cinema, the Batman movies looked like this. So there was Robin with Batman and Batgirl as well. And so they were working as a team. So Robin is also a superhero, and typically in these movies, also Batman gets in a very bad situation, and Robin is the only one that can help him. Obviously, he's not Batman, but he's also super important and very helpful to the cause. So who is Robin in open source? It's someone who supports Batman with their very big and important project. Obviously, it's very straightforward. And one nice thing for Robin is that he can get some guidance from Batman on where his time is well spent. I have a bit more on that on the next slide. Typical tasks that Robin does, especially when starting out, reviews a lot of the pull requests on the project, and that way helps Batman and the whole project to move things forward, because reviews are a very scarce resource. And gradually, with Batman's input, or just with things that they see from the reviews that they do, they pick up parts from this project themselves and then get back into coding. Ultimately, this makes them an expert on the project themselves, and a serious contributor, and somebody who's very important for moving the project forward. So what are the benefits from going this route? First of all, one of the things that I mentioned that are very tough for newcomers to overcome is this conceptual evaluation phase, where you actually want to get the community to appreciate the idea that you're working on, and that's one of the most tricky things for newcomers to overcome, and for any new concept to overcome. And Batman, in typical case, has already done this work for you. So that is something where you can basically just hit the ground running, and that is very good in the usual case. Then, as I mentioned before, Batman can usually give you guidance, or kind of like how things are structured, documented, gives you guidance that you actually work on stuff that is important, and not waste your time on low priority issues. This can be very frustrating if you don't really have a structure and no information on what you should work on. It's very important. This is giving you a much higher chance of getting funding at an earlier stage in your journey. This is maybe counterintuitive if you think of what we talked about before, that you typically think like, okay, the big funding announcement, the people that usually you see are supported long term are the people that have their own project. But the people that give out the funding, they are very aware that a single person cannot usually do these big important projects. And so they know that it's good then that more people join the efforts of these big and important projects, and that's why they are eager to fund more people that are other than Batman, that are working on these big projects. And of course, then if you've already started to do some work, Batman can also give you an endorsement, and typically Batman is already established, so that's very good, and can be very helpful for you. So how do you find this Batman? Like, how do you put yourself in the situation, right? I gave you a little bit of a plan, but how to really get started and how to like find the right project for you, that's maybe still a question. And Batcave is of course well hidden, so need to look at that in a bit more detail. So first of all, I think any actively developed open source project should have such a Batman. Like typically a big or an established and active open source project is moving a couple of bigger things forward. If that's not the case, then maybe there's the project is kind of abandoned, and then maybe I would question if it's really a good place for you to start contributing. Because it can be frustrating if a project is abandoned and there's nobody to give you feedback. Batman also doesn't really mean that it has to be a single person. I'm kind of speaking about it that way, but it can also be a group. Like often with these big projects, it can be 2 people that are responsible for it and then are named as the responsible people. There can even be like a signal group where there's multiple people in there, but that should never stop you. There's usually with these big and important things, there's always space for more contributors. I think probably if you're interested in this kind of like path, especially if you're a student, you probably have heard of Summer of Code before, and Summer of Code is great. I just give this path to you as like a more free way of getting into it. Like Summer of Code is very restrictive in the sense that, for example, like the current cohort started a month ago or so you would need to wait another 11 months to actually get started with it. And that should like never stop you from getting started. And also it requires Batman's proactive commitment. So the person that is mentoring you, they have to commit to it. There's this 3 months time frame where everything has to happen. And they kind of have to give the idea for the project in beforehand. They have to review everything, and so yeah, that just like limits the kind of way that it can be used. But if you find yourself in a position to do it, then of course that's great. You want to use public information. This is open source, and of course, you should find the information publicly. That is kind of obvious. I will have a bit more example on the next slide. And what's important also is that you study before you engage. So don't just jump in and ask like, "Hey, what can I do?" It's important that you yourself also are mindful of not wasting other people's time, and rather try to check out all of the resources that are available to you. And you want to be targeted. So you want to look for kind of like what is really something that interests you. So interests you enough that you want to commit to this also a bit longer term. Because if it works out, then people will like ask you, hey, can you review my stuff now? You've reviewed this other thing. And so it would be great if you stick around. And also it helps a lot if you have some prior experiences that will allow you to be effective as a contributor. So I mostly contribute to Bitcoin Core, so I thought I would make an example out of this. This is also, there's a lot going on in the project, and people still kind of coming from outside sometimes feel that it's hard to get an overview. First of all, there's working groups in Bitcoin Core. So these are typically a group of people that are working on a big and important project. And so this is like a perfect example of a Batman group kind of that you can look at. There's a wiki page where you can find these, and you can find the people that are responsible for it. Working groups typically have a tracking issue, but there are a lot more tracking issues than there are working groups. So a tracking issue basically is a summary of kind of what is a bigger effort that is being done, and it links to other issues and it links to other pull requests. So this is a great resource for you to read about what has happened in the past and also what is being worked on currently. And oftentimes this can also even have instructions on stuff that still needs to be done where there's no pull request yet. So that's already giving you sometimes like a clear path for you what could be the way for you to contribute. You want to be observing kind of meetings that are happening, discussions, general activities. So in the tracking issues, for example, look at previous pull request conversations. This can be even like core dev transcripts. So typically if it's a big effort that is ongoing for several years or so, then there will be discussions in prior core dev meetings on it, and you can read those transcripts. Typically it's not that much to read, but it can be a good input to understand the background. Mailing list, Delving Bitcoin, forum are places where these things often are discussed, but not every time. Depends a lot on what the topic is. And you can also follow the IRC meetings, and you can start asking questions there when you feel like you have the rough overview. I want to give a case study from my own involvement where I kind of like went through different phases kind of with this. So ASMAP is a feature that allows you to have more diverse peer set that prevents certain network level attacks on your node. And this was originally developed by Peter and Gleb. And the feature was within Bitcoin Core, but it was also not really utilized because there were a couple of different steps that you had to go through in order to actually use it. And so it was kind of done, but not really done, a little bit stuck. And that's when I kind of got involved. I really liked that there were kind of like people that I could talk to, even though they were not very actively working on it, and there was relatively clear the questions that needed to be answered in the future, basically. So I contributed first, did a lot of research, improved the tooling, and also improved within Bitcoin Core. So in the beginning of time, I think nobody thought that I was kind of the ASMAP person, but I worked on it and supported, even though people usually would have thought other people are actually the ones that developed ASMAP. And so over time, I then myself got people involved as well. So I was very fortunate, for example, to meet Julian at a conference. It was another BTC++ conference, and he kind of asked me what I was working on, and I explained it to him, and he got excited about it, started to participate in it and contribute, and then he was able to get funding for it as well. This is also a good example of how kind of the perception of people are sometimes still wrong. So OpenSats usually funds projects. So they said, we're funding the ASMAP project. And then like 5, 6 people came up to me in the same month and said like, hey, congratulations, I saw you got funding for ASMAP. And I was like, no, it's not for me, it's for another person, right? Like this is really like a Batman project where now when I kind of like maybe graduated from being Robin, somebody else has basically gotten funding from for Robin, and I think I helped with making that happen. So there were a lot of achievements from Julian's involvement, a lot of performance improvements in bugs fixed, and I think this contributed tremendously to the progress that we've made with ASMAP. And since then, there's more people that join regularly, that help building ASMAPs, and they contribute to different tooling that we have. And we also now ourselves have a Summer of Bitcoin intern who is doing a great job. So that's it kind of for this talk. The core content that I wanted to get across, but also AI is kind of the big thing right now that everyone talks about, and I have an opinion on it, especially if you are in a position where the talk so far was interesting to you, and that's maybe something you want to go down, and maybe you're young, and maybe you even didn't learn how to code before AI was already around. So I kind of want to give you my brief opinion on it, and of course this is super opinionated. It's gonna probably age very, very badly, as is usually the case with AI stuff, but here we go. So AI still has many problems in my opinion, at least right now still. It is way too agreeable, especially if you have an open source project where there's a lot of nuance in like how you want to do things, and it doesn't really tell you no enough. Like, and I think it's also bad with critical decisions, at least in the way I use it. Like I don't vibe code. Like in Bitcoin Core, you can't really vibe code stuff. You still have to like make very critical decisions and do things in a very pragmatic way. And oftentimes you also just should not do things, even though the AI tells you like it's fine to do. So in my opinion, you should rather treat AI as kind of your personal teacher, mentor, and help to get you into the position where you are the one who can make these critical decisions very well. So I wouldn't just let it do things for you, even though it's very tempting to just ask it to do something, and maybe it even works, but usually it's not really the best way to do it. It just really oftentimes doesn't fit the project. And yeah, just don't let it make those decisions for you, most importantly. So rather ask it to summarize things for you, ask it repeatedly to explain things to you. If you feel like you haven't really gone through everything, like let it guide you through the project to find everything that's important, or let it guide you through the resources that are out there, so that you feel very confident that you can make these critical decisions yourself. And then you can even tell the AI potentially to do stuff, but you should have already decided how it should be done. And then you can utilize the AI to do it maybe in a quicker way. Yeah, just generally have a bit of patience. Like, it's very easy to find some open issue and ask the AI to solve it. We see this very often in Bitcoin Core, but unfortunately it's also often or almost always very obvious from the beginning that this is just AI and nobody has really thought about this. No human has thought about this. And so this is not a good way to get started. So I think this quote is very telling. It's everyone kind of like, I'm not really sure where it came from, so it's kind of maybe you can find it, but people say always, like, with AI now their productivity has increased tremendously, like 10x or so, but at the same time they say, like, I'm super busy now, like I'm even busier than before. So the problem is, like, where is this disconnect, right? Like, if it's like you should have 10 times the free time usually, but the reality is that the AI is used to produce a lot of stuff that is not really relevant, important to the bar that we really need it to be for a like serious contribution to open source. And so that's very important. And the last thing that I want to leave you with, that attention is the scarcest resource. Now more than ever with AI, and attention in the case of open source means review. And I was going to talk more about review, but I saw that the next talk on the schedule will talk about review. So I think that's a perfect segue to the next talk, which will probably tell you a lot more about how review is important. Yeah, that's it for this talk. Maybe there are some questions.
Thank you. When a project gets funding, do the Bitcoin go to Batman and then Batman distributes it to his or her Robins? How does that typically work?
No, typically not. Typically the Robin gets funding directly. It's just it can really depend on, like, sometimes projects graduate and then get like their own foundation, sort of. We've seen this before as well, but I think that's not the typical case. For example, with the ASMAP, which is really a feature, I encouraged Robin to apply for it, and I said, like, you can reference me. I can answer questions about you in terms of what you've done already, but then they get the funding directly. But yeah, for example, PayJoin is an example of something that maybe like a couple of years ago people would have thought of as a feature, but now there's PayJoin Foundation and they get funding and then they fund other people as well. So depends a bit on the situation, and things can graduate basically.
Any other question? All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Fabian.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need Batman, but we also need to be Robins. And if you want to become your own Batman, you first of all have to be Robin again. And I thought I'd be talking about Batman today, but please, a round of applause for Fabian once again. Thank you so much, Fabian. So we're moving on, and as he has rightly stated, the next talk is on review. And the funny thing is, the one thing developers hate more than changing their code is reviewing another person's code. But we all have come to see that it's very important to the open source system and the open source network itself, and telling us why reviewing is a bottleneck and how we can be better at it. Please make welcome on stage Nayoma. Nayoma, where are you? Let's go.
Hello everyone, my name is Nayoma. I am a Bitcoin Core contributor. I mostly work on P2P, and I'm here to talk about code review, why reviewing matters, and how to approach it. So for a lot of new contributors, when you're starting to contribute and you're really excited about a project, there is a mindset that a lot of people fall for, and that's that you need a lot of commits to be a great contributor. So you find yourself chasing quantity. Maybe you're chasing a very high commit count, so you're trying to open as many pairs as possible. But oftentimes, this mindset is detrimental. So what happens is, as you're chasing these high numbers, you end up doing less meaningful work, and in the process, you become burnt out and frustrated, and you end up having very limited impact, as opposed to coming into the project and trying to understand, okay, I value this project, what is actually needed here, taking time to build understanding, trying to make meaningful contributions which can be sustainable, fulfilling, and having a high impact. So currently in Bitcoin Core, the good first issue label no longer exists. So when I was starting to contribute, a lot of what I would hear and even read is, if you're new, just go to the issues and look for a good first issue, and then you can start there. So what happens if you're really trying to get in and now this good first issue label isn't there? And I think for a lot of projects that they might also be trying to get rid of this label. And why is that? So there's a big bottleneck in Bitcoin Core and other open source projects, and that is there just aren't enough people reviewing. So sometimes what happens is a PR can be really good, it's a nice change, maybe it will be very impactful, but it stays on for years. There just aren't people who are actually reviewing, so this definitely slows down the whole progress. And for years, review bottlenecks has been cited as an area of frustration and disappointment for a lot of contributors. So you open a PR, you're rebasing for years and years until you finally give up. And now that we have AI, I find this tweet to be really interesting. So now, more than ever, it's easier to code, right? So anyone can just open a PR, and what happens is the very limited review resource is now stretched even thinner. So sometimes you find yourself starting to review a PR, and then halfway you realize it's claiming to solve an issue, it's not even really doing that, and that time would have been spent instead reviewing a PR that would have been more meaningful. So what actually makes for a meaningful contribution? Usually what is enticing, what people get a lot of validation for is you have commits, you have a lot of code, you've opened a lot of PRs, but there's something that a lot of people don't see, and that's actually where the work is. And that's reviewing the code, testing the changes, understanding, researching, the back and forth, and then pushing a PR to the finish line. So yes, we do need more reviewers, but is this really enough? So more review can help, but what happens if there is no review depth? So we can all review a PR right now, and everyone can just be in agreement randomly, right? But are you really understanding the code changes? Have you taken time to really dig deep and debug and test to the point where your opinion really matters? So having a balance of quantity and quality, I find to be really important. So for me personally, I don't really have a checklist, but there's a process that I usually try to follow for a majority of the PRs that I look into, which is first, you obviously need to understand what exactly you're trying to review, and then you get into the code, you test the changes, you debug if it's necessary, then you follow the trail and try to give feedback in a meaningful way. So a PR that I think would be a good use case, if you have your laptop, you can open this. It's on Bitcoin Core 27052, and I tried to follow this process, and I'll use it as an example to explain. So when you understand the problem, you want to explain it in your own words. Why is this change important? Do you agree, do you not agree, and why exactly is that the case? So for new contributors, you might see that there are experienced contributors that will just act and be in agreement with a change, and that will have some weight. But if you're just starting, you really need to explain your thinking so that at least people know that your opinion matters, because you have some understanding of what's going on. So always explaining is very, very important. And then understanding the code. So at this point, you fetch the PR locally, you start checking out from one commit to the other. So as you're going through these, at this point, you start having questions. Why is this like this? Why is it not like this? Sometimes you're able to answer these questions, and then sometimes you find room for improvements, or you have suggestions. So at that point, you then comment. Once you comment, most authors are usually very, very excited to get back to you, and then the discussion starts from there. So this part is really important because sometimes issues about the PR come up during these discussions, or even just you will find ideas about how to optimize and get other PR ideas. So for this specific PR, I've tested it every year from 2024. And why do I do that? So the first time I tested it was maybe mid of 2024, and then I saw, okay, these changes actually do make sense. So as you're testing, you have to show, for example, what was the before and what was the after. Have you noticed anything? Have your logs shown you anything? Is there anything of concern? So you really have to back up and show what exactly you've tested. And obviously, because it's been open for a very long time and there's constant update, you should ideally be testing after there is an update that might be impactful. And then CI fails. So what happens if you are reviewing a PR and then there are errors? Do you just sit back and let the author deal with it, or do you actually decide to help? So because you've fetched the branch, you can just briefly try to recreate the issue if you're able to, and then start thinking of, okay, how would I go about solving this? And then you give ideas, and sometimes maybe the author is stuck on it, or they just haven't gotten to solve it. So being helpful in that way is really important. So you give ideas, you don't just sit and say, well, CI is failing, there's nothing I can do. There's also another important aspect of reviewing, which is following the trail. So sometimes you can be reviewing a PR, and then you notice that there are other aspects or there are other PRs that might be conflicting with that PR. So you go to that other PR, you review it. Sometimes there is conflict, sometimes there just isn't conflict. But the reason that I like to do this is it helps me with context. So I find myself maybe reviewing similar PRs and really having context on a certain area of the code base that I wouldn't have otherwise had. And then finally, you give feedback. So how you give feedback is really important. You can give it as one large comment and then just list what your concerns is, and then go from file to file and commit from commit, that's okay. Or you can just do the brief comments as I've shown before. So once you have something useful to share, how you write a review is also very important, because sometimes you can do the research, you can do the debugging, but the way that you're writing your review, nobody really gets what exactly you're trying to say. So a question that I like to ask myself is, will someone really understand what I'm saying? How am I explaining my reasoning here? Have I shared any useful context? And am I making any assumptions? So these are things that you can share and think about how exactly you are drafting your review. So good reviews usually don't just evaluate code, they also educate. So another reviewer can come, read your review, get good context, and then get to reviewing the code as well. And there's also learning from other reviewers. So if you're interested in a PR, you really want to see the change get in, you don't just write your review and then go about your day. Other people will also come to review. So if you're new, you want to understand, what did the other people notice? Do I agree with these approach, or do I disagree? What context do they have that I don't have? And sometimes I find myself re-reviewing a PR after actually reading someone else's PR. So after a PR has been merged, sometimes that's not the end of the story. So code, let's say you've started reviewing and then you really haven't posted your review or you hadn't finalized it. And once a PR is merged, you don't just forget about it. Sometimes people will post a post-merge comment and maybe they have concerns about whatever was merged. Maybe they have like ideas about a follow-up. So just because a PR has been merged doesn't mean that you don't get to discuss any concerns that you have. Another important aspect of reviewing is that sometimes I look at it as a way to ownership. So when I review, I treat the change as if it was my own. I ask myself, do I really want this change in the code base? And if I see this change, is this something that I'm really proud of? So when you finally get to arc a change, basically you're standing behind that change and really saying that you actually really approve of it. So your approval should carry some weight to you. And in the process, what's important is to be thoughtful, be deliberate, and be responsible, and just slow down and really think about the things that you're actually approving. Yeah, so I have this iceberg here, which really does summarize what I've talked about. Sometimes you will see an arc, a comment, a suggestion, but there's really hours and hours that go into testing this code, debugging this code, gathering context, researching before you get the final product, and spending time to do the work that is unseen is what is really important. So if you're really getting into a project, why review? First, it's really the fastest way to learn because you're going to be reading more code than you actually write. And for projects like Bitcoin Core, trust really does compound. So good reviews will actually build you a reputation faster than just haphazardly opening small, tiny PRs. So people will get to trust you. They will tag you for more reviews. Yeah, so this is something that newcomers should really consider. Finally is to be respectful. Every PR usually represents like someone's effort. So it's hours and hours of trying to add value in some way. And along the way, some PRs get closed, some work gets rejected, and even sometimes changes need to be reworked so much that this can feel quite discouraging. So as you're interacting with people in the code base, it's important to remember that disagreeing is okay, but being kind is also really valuable, and always remember that there's someone behind the screen. As you continue with your review journey, I'm not saying that someone should necessarily pick a hard PR and then commit, try and review it tomorrow. You can just start small with a small PR and then move to medium PRs and then gradually to larger PRs. I personally feel like understanding matters more than speed, so focus on depth and take your time, don't rush things. So the call to action is we need more reviewers, but also people that are willing to do the work to really understand the code base. So I hope that, yeah, you just start reviewing and looking at review as a meaningful way to contribute. And review is really how the project scale, we build secure projects and knowledge gets to spread. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Questions? Going once? Going twice? Done. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Naomi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our first break. Not necessarily a break, but we're going on to our next set of talks, and these talks will be happening at different parts of the building. So we have Hackable by Default, software that's really open source. That will be hosted by Shantaram, and it's happening here on the main stage. At the same time, we are having Don't Trust Your Node, policy-based signing for secure Lightning infrastructure. That will be held, led by Suleiman, and it's happening at the talk stage. Talk stage is just outside to your right. And also at the same time, we are having anti-free sniping and privacy for Taproot transaction. That will be led by Abiodun Awoyemi, happening at the workshop stage. The workshop stage is just outside, straight down the hall. Then you will see the space there. These talks will be happening at these respective places, but we'll also continue with other talks there till 12:30. Then we'll go for our lunch. Then we'll also come back to the main stage to also continue. So if you want to be here for the main stage, check the agenda. There are also different talks happening on the main stage and different places, and we'll be sure to get there. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our first break. Not necessarily a break, but we're going on to our next set of talks, and these talks will be happening at different parts of the building. So we have Hackable by Default, software that's really open source. That will be hosted by Shantaram, and it's happening here on the main stage. At the same time, we are having Don't Trust Your Node, policy-based signing for secure Lightning infrastructure. That will be held, led by Suleiman, and it's happening at the talk stage. Talk stage is just outside to your right. And also at the same time, we are having anti-free sniping and privacy for Taproot transaction. That will be led by Abiodun Awoyemi, happening at the workshop stage. The workshop stage is just outside, straight down the hall. Then you will see the space there. These talks will be happening at these respective places, but we'll also continue with other talks there till 12:30. Then we'll go for our lunch. Then we'll also come back to the main stage to also continue. So if you want to be here for the main stage, check the agenda. There are also different talks happening on the main stage and different places, and we'll be sure to get there. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those who want to stay at the main stage, please make welcome on stage Shantaram, as he will be leading Hackable by Default, software that's really for open source. Thank you so, so much. A round of applause for Shantaram, ladies and gentlemen. If you're here, please, I would like you to come forward. Optic 6.
So, the title of my talk is Hackable by Default, software that's really open source. And I'm going to quickly go over what I'll be covering. This talk is kind of divided into 3 phases. We're going to have a little bit of an introduction and a foreword about hacking. We're going to do a quick show of hands, and then I'm going to move on to what I've identified as a problem in open source, both for users and for developers. We're going to do a case study, and then we're going to do a little thinking about the solution. And there it is. If there's one thing I want you to take away from this, is that you should build scriptable programs. And we're going to have a little demo at the end, time permitting. So let's get started. I'm Shantaram. I'm a Skunkworks officer at Soapbox, and this is my official title, yes. I got into Nostr 2 years ago, and I'm told this is a little unusual. You have people going Bitcoin first and then Nostr, but Alex Gleason from Soapbox, he found me from an obscure project that I had put on GitHub, and he was kind of my Batman. So I attended my first Bitcoin++ last year. So hello to anybody who was at Taipei. I'd love to see you after the talk. It's my first time giving a talk, so please be gentle. Stuff that I like that you'll find me working on is TypeScript, Rust, embedded systems, and Internet of Things. So a quick foreword about hacking. I feel like these days the word hack has taken on almost a dirty connotation. To the average person, it means cybercrimes. It means breaking and entering somewhere or stealing something that's not meant to be yours. But this wasn't always the case. The earliest computer users were all hackers. You might remember having to copy a program out of a magazine into your computer and figuring out what it does line by line, changing things, seeing what happens when you do that. Maybe this was a simpler, better past. I mean, I'm here to make that case. But perhaps I'm just an old man shaking his fist at the clouds. So I'd like to do a quick show of hands here. Please raise your hand if you have read the source code of the software that you use every day. So stuff like Firefox, LibreOffice, any of that. So we have a few people here, 4 or 5 people. Next up, I'd like you to keep your hand up if you have made a PR to an open source repository before. Again, mostly the same set. But now we come to the slightly more obscure stuff. Have you run a custom fork of some software that you use every day with your own features patched in? And that becomes slightly rarer. And finally, have you ever run a package repository to distribute your fork? That's amazing. We still have a few people. But as you can see, there's a bit of a drop-off, right, from step 1 to step 4. And I'm curious to know why that is. And so the thing is, open source gives you the legal right to modify your software, but that doesn't necessarily translate in practice to people actually modifying their software, right? I mean, you have the 4 software freedoms, we love that stuff, but there's a lot of friction involved. You have to set up the tool chain. Anyone who's ever set up Node.js will know what that's like. You lose access to updates. Every time there's an update in the upstream project, you have to then patch your changes back in. And in the case of open source software that provides a service, software like Signal, you get locked out of the service very quickly. On Signal, if you're using a patch client, you can't federate with the main Signal servers, right? So ultimately, what ends up happening is that people end up using the source code as, at best, a resource to study, or at worst, to point their AI agent at and say, hey, make this for me. But applications become appliances, right? Now, from a developer perspective, it's difficult. 80% of people use only 20% of an app's features, but they're always using different 20%. There is kind of a slippery slope from adding something to your code base as a config flag, and then suddenly your user has to write a config file before they can run your app, and then the app's UI starts to look like an airplane cockpit and FFmpeg, anybody? But a setting can toggle dark mode or light mode. It can pick between behaviors you've implemented, but a setting can't add new functionality to your program. You can't have a new output format or a new transport or things like that, right? So let's take the case of Ditto, right? It's one of the main projects that we make at my day job, and it implements a lot of Nostr event kinds, which is just a fancy way of saying types of data on Nostr. And we want to make a really fun client. Like, it's one of our stated goals is to make the most fun Nostr client, right? And that means having all kinds of rich data that makes people's lives interesting. But there's always kind of a balancing act between, do we want to maintain this, and are there people using this? So we want to make a really fun client, but how do you allow that without causing like a significant cost to yourself as a maintainer, as a reviewer, right? So let's do a little bit of thinking about the solution. We want to ultimately reduce the barrier that forking a project creates enough that users can add their own features. So our main goals here are to make it easy to understand that there shouldn't be a tool chain required. We want to build software that empowers the user and helps them help themselves ultimately, right? So I'd like to point your attention to this popular internet adage. You might have seen it before. I feel like what they were trying to say here was that eventually, when your code base reaches sufficient complexity, you're going to end up with a little scripting language inside of it, like a DSL, but it's hidden, and there's a lot of state that's difficult to reason about. So why not do it right the first time? In theory, this is pretty simple. You embed a scripting language. You expose a really solid API that lets users do the things that they want to, that they care about. You want to be able to allow them to define behavior without having them worry about styling and Chrome. And because nobody really wants to spend that much time on styling, come on. So a great example of this is VS Code. Most of VS Code is written in its own scripting API, and it's such a superb example of how to do this right. But scripting by itself still doesn't solve the UX problems of extending a program, right? You still need the developer environment to be set up, and the user still has a bit of a learning curve, and there's no distribution system. Like, building the scripting engine is easy. Getting scripts out to users is hard. So in concrete terms, let's say a user, Alice, writes a great plugin for her app, right? We want her to be able to let other people discover it. We want it to be easy for them to install. We want to make sure that they know it really came from her. And we want to get new versions to users as they become available. So we have half the problem solved here, right? Ultimately, the goal is to have the application be this runtime for user freedom. They do the things that they like, the software gets out of the way. So we have half the problem solved. Can we solve distribution? So, doing better. Nostr is a global network database. Shout out to Sam that's giving a talk on it on the talk stage later. If you're interested in Nostr, you should really check that out. But programs are data too. We've been told this all the time, right? There's nothing special about a program. It's just a series of bytes. So why can't we put that on the network? Users of other clients could even benefit from your code, which I'll get into in a second. But let's go back to our problems, right? We want verifiability. We want discoverability. We want versioning. And we want ease of use. And with Nostr, we get all of that. Nostr is permissionless. Anybody can write and publish data. Events are verifiable, so you can always check if a given event came from someone's public key. It has discovery built in. It has querying built in, very complex queries. And so your versioning problem becomes a matter of tagging your plugins correctly, right? So this brings up the natural question of how do we get users to code? We don't have to teach them. They just have to know how to use ChatGPT. For better or worse, this has become a really important part of our lives. This and similar interfaces, I don't mean ChatGPT specifically. It could be Claude Code or Open Code or what have you. But the idea is to describe what you want and let the AI figure out how to build it. And if you're interested in learning, then you can. And yes, ultimately, 90% of users are still not going to be the ones creating scripts. But for the 10% that do, we want to build really great tools so we can get, we can have ecosystems emerge from this. So going back to Nostr clients for a second, every time someone makes something cool on Nostr, the implementation work has to be duplicated. Hard features like encrypted messaging, payments just get left unimplemented or implementations are buggy. So wouldn't it be great if when you write a NIP is a protocol document for Nostr, kind of like BIPs for Bitcoin. But every time that you write a NIP, imagine if the developer could release an implementation of it alongside. So clients that don't know what to do with a piece of data could look up that implementation on the fly and display it. Apps like Nostr Hub, which is built by our very own very talented Chad at Soapbox, make this information readily available. And yes, there is an argument to be made that this reduces decentralization, but clients are still ultimately free to override or replace the author-provider implementation, right? But the average open source dev, let's be honest, they have way too much to do already, and we should be focusing on reducing their burden as much as we can. So the next question that naturally arises from here is, are we asking developers to ship unfinished software? No, this is not true. Again, just like I mentioned VS Code earlier, you should use your scripting API yourself, build as much of the app as possible in it, so you get early and immediate feedback on what works, what doesn't. It makes your app extensible, robust. It refines your API in the process. So the base app and sane defaults still matter, but we don't want to stop designing. We just want to make divergence easier. So all this is talk. Talk is cheap. There's source code too, don't worry. I've been working on Nostr Canvas, which is a new front-end framework. It's a lot of things, but it's a new front-end framework for building tiles, which are Nostr micro apps that live on the network. Tiles are self-contained Lua scripts. They're fully sandboxed. a crash tile can only bring down itself. It cannot bring down the shell. Doesn't have access to the shell. It doesn't even know that it's in a web browser. They're sandboxed from each other. And so our user Alice from earlier, she writes a Bitcoin wallet tile once, and every tile client gets it for free. Every client that supports tiles, that is. So let's take a quick example. Tile. We'll look at what this translates to later in the application, but we basically have these, I don't know how best to do this, 1 second. But we basically have these signals here, which are like reactive variables, essentially. And you have this render function, which is a pure function that produces a tree of nodes. And so when the client is ready to render a tile, it calls this function and gets the tree and then displays it. The great part about that is that the tile's output is just structure, and the client can choose to display it or not display it however they like. So it's platform agnostic. It's decoupled from the web. That's another reason that I went with Lua. There are more. But essentially, Nostr has kind of this reputation for being a web thing, but it's so much more than that. And yeah, so tiles are platform agnostic. You have signals for reactivity, like we discussed, very similar to Solid.js, if there's any web devs in the room. I'm sure there are. Tiles are gated by a capability system, so any privileged operation, even getting the user's public key, is gated behind the permission system. And tiles can access the network or publish an event or even navigate within the app without asking the user first. Tiles are published as kind 30207 events on Nostr. And any permission, like the capability system that we talked about, any permission that a tile wants has to be declared ahead of time. Tiles can take 3 main forms right now. They can be a feed card, a main view, or a widget. And they're explicitly designed not to care where they end up. All of the interfaces are like in such a way that the client can choose what it wants to do with them. Like, for example, you could have a client that grants all permissions, or you could have a really paranoid client that asks the user before every privileged action. There's no sound or video output yet, but I'm working on it. But a demo speaks a million words, a picture speaks 1,000. So I'm going to get started on that. Just 1 second. Okay, this is such a... Is that it? Nope. Oh, perfect. So this is the reference implementation of Nostr Canvas. This is a very basic Nostr client on purpose. It only supports plain text messages, and all other functionality is added via tiles. So it's kind of 2 things at once. It is what the traditional Nostr client looks like, but it's also this happens sometimes. It's also doing this new and interesting thing. So I'm going to go over to our marketplace here, which just lists the 30207 events. And I have this Bitcoin price tile here. And you can see that I try to install it, and it asks me permissions to make a network request. So you can see that it made the network request. It got the current price, right? And now you can look over here in this widgets panel. And I can add the same. So the thing here is to note is that these are both the same script, but because the tile is aware of where it's been placed, it can do different things. It can change its behavior, right? And I don't know if this works. I haven't tested it in a bit, but oh, it worked. Nice. So you can see that I have like form operations wired up, and all of this is pure data passing over a bus. And so let's go look at the settings for a second, and you can see that I can set my local currency here, which is KES here. So I'm going to do that. And this is reactive because of the signal system that we talked about earlier. So, oh, oops. I'm going to try another one. So you can see that as soon as I change the setting, the tile reacts. It knows this is a living script that is inside of the browser. And so next up, I want to show you guys this treasures tile, which is another one of our projects at Soapbox, and it's amazing. And you should all plant a treasure while you're here in Kenya. So you can see that the client can synthesize a feed. And this is pretty ugly. I will get to that 1 second. But I can add treasures again here as a widget. And this doesn't require any permissions because it's just listening on the public Nostr network. It doesn't do anything special like that. And you can see that it has the latest information about treasures. So this is all one client. And so far, everything that I've shown you could just be done in JavaScript, probably a day's work with your favorite AI agent. But let's go look at another client now. And whoops. OK. Yeah, again, it does this sometimes. This is very buggy alpha software. OK, there we go. So you can see that I have my tiles here. And what I want you to notice is that this is the same structure as the tile in Nostr Canvas here, right? But the styling is different based on what my other client's needs are. Monorail is this research client that kind of aims to go for a old school Windows Phone experience. And let's go look at some treasures. And these are on different relays, so the treasures are different. But again, I want you to look at the structure. And it's the exact same data, or exact same shape of data, but being rendered in two completely different clients for two completely different purposes. And we can go look at the feed. We have Sam live tweeting our talk from here. And yeah, you can see that I have my blobby events, which are virtual pets on Nostr, in my feed. And these are rendered by tiles. So you see here that I have my little cute virtual pet. And these status events are in the feed. Yikes. So, and I can, of course, install another tile. So let's go look at the marketplace listing for one. This is a tile. Everybody likes cat pictures, right? So this is a tile that fetches and displays a random cat. And you can look at the source code here. You can look at the source code here, inspect it before you install, right? And it tells you that it has a widget mode. It tells you that it registers a nav item and that it needs the network permission. So I'm just going to do that. And you can see I'm prompted for the fetch permission. And if I go back to my home screen here, you can see I now have a cat picture. And so finally, the thing that I wanted to show you all is called Tile Studio. This is to, I mean, again, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. This is to show you how easy it is to make a tile. So you can browse your tiles over here. And you can add them to Monorail here directly. But of course, you can add them to any client that supports tiles. So let's quickly go over to the studio. And again, it's a little slow, but let me just. I thought it would be interesting for us to vibe code together a tile which shows the balance of the Genesis address in Bitcoin. And I swear I had it copied down somewhere, but apparently not. So there we go. So Tile Studio is specifically optimized to work with smaller, worse models because I'm really cheap like that. And it works great with GPT-OSS 20B on this very laptop, but I didn't want to risk angering the demo gods by shooting for the stars too much. So I'm just going to go ahead and type out our prompt here. And you can see I'm on Haiku 4.5. and if the internet here cooperates, okay, perfect. So you can see that Tile Studio, okay, the scrolling is kind of broken. These are the little 20% things, right? So you can see that Tile Studio gives the agent access to reading the entire spec, and I believe it's done already. But it can read the spec, it can see examples, and all of these things really help the context engineering to make bad models, not bad models, but smaller models, work better with agentic tasks, right? So you can see that it can set up the tile metadata for you. It can add the permissions, like declare all of that. It knows how to do that. And we can nudge the agent into writing better code by giving it immediate feedback. And it detects the capability calls and reminds the agent to declare that. So I can hit preview here. And whoops. Okay, that's not great. But in theory, we would see the address here, but something seems to have gone wrong, but that's fine, that's fine. I can quickly show you guys the publishing flow, though. And this will, oh, yikes. Give me a second. Yeah, the. Uh-oh. I believe I've been having issues with Primal Man. Oh, wait, there we go. Is that it? It's one of these. Oh, there we go. Does that have our... I'm just going to do it again, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, it's fast enough, it's cheap enough that it doesn't really matter. So... Oh, the agent knows that it's the Genesis address. That's pretty interesting. Perfect. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see if we have better luck this time with getting the balance. Perfect. So we have the balance in the Genesis address, and I can hit publish here. And you can see that it picks up the capabilities and all of that the agent set. I can hit publish and go over to my marketplace in Monorail, and this is all happening over the network, right? And you can see that it's here now. Just the source code that we just wrote, or well, Claude wrote. And I can install it. And if I go over to my home screen now, that's my time. So if there's any questions, I'll take them now. But no, it all runs in your browser. The only server component is the Nostr relay that you're connected to, and that's optional. Awesome, thank you guys.
I think we'll go right into the panel session, if that's okay with you. Does that work for this stage? Does it work for everybody? All right, awesome. So you guys are going to give me a brief moment so I could gather the panelists, and we'll take it from there. Just give me like 5 minutes. Let me call them in. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on to the next session. And as you can see, I'm not standing on stage alone at the moment. I'm standing with
Victoria Andre.
Victoria. Introduce yourself to them and let them know who you are.
I'm Victoria Andre. I'm 16 years old. And this is my first Bitcoin conference. And I'm really excited.
A round of applause for Victoria, ladies and gentlemen. So, how's it been so far? How's the conference going?
Very interesting. It's interesting.
It's so amazing that your first conference is a developer conference. I'm sure most of the things you hear will just go. But all right, so for the next panel session, we are going to be talking on built here, used everywhere. It's about closing the African open source founder gap. And for this panel session, we have amazing people. Some of the panelists, or one of the panelists is Wisdom. We also have Takinber here for the conference and the panel session itself. And we also have
My uncle, Jordan.
Jordan is also here for this panel session. And this panel session will be moderated by the none other amazing Femi Longe. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them as they come up on stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Femi Longe. I am the Global Freedom Tech Lead at the Human Rights Foundation. I'm really excited about the conversation we're about to have now. In the earlier session, Fabien talked about how we need more Robins in open source than Batmen. Well, this session we're going to be talking about how we need more African Batmen in open source than Robins. We've seen an upsurge in open source developer contributions from Africa over the last few years. But it feels like Africans in the Bitcoin open source space typically just end at contributing and never actually trigger the build and the maintenance of critical open source projects that move the space forward. I'm joined today by 3 of my friends who have been contributing to open source before most Africans actually even knew about open source development, who've actually built their own projects and maintained their own projects in the space. I'll give each of you guys a minute to introduce yourself, what you do as a developer, and what projects you've built and maintained in the space.
Hi, my name is Takim Burr, and I'm an African Batman. I've been working on open source for close to 20 years. So I've worked as a contributor, and more recently I've been spearheading some of my projects. I guess during the course of this conversation, we'll be talking about how that transition happened, what kind of led to it, and share some of the things that we could actually learn from
What kind of projects have you contributed to over 20 years, and what project are you, which projects are you working on right now?
Okay, so I started out by making contributions to an SMS project that was geared towards helping organizations that were in the health industry to collect data from health workers that could be in places where there's no internet access. And eventually, through my experience, I actually spearheaded projects that actually use that same technology, but in elections. So I built platforms that helps civil society organizations who want to monitor elections to be able to do so using low-tech SMS.
So something else Tim didn't say is Tim ran the first ever Bitcoin node in West Africa. So he's an OG Bitcoiner. Wisdom.
Okay, nice to meet everyone. My name is Wisdom. I'm the lead developer of an organization called Africa Nerd. It means nothing, but if you read too much into it, it means Nerds of Africa. Yes. So I have been contributing to open source. As the speaker said, I'd been a Robin before I became a Batman. And yeah, telling all Robins here, you can also be Batmen, women, folks. Yeah, so I've been working on the project SMS Without Borders. And from there, we sprouted out two solutions which I used to communicate from offline to online. So you use SMS messaging to talk on platforms such as Nostr, Twitter, Blue Sky, Gmail, yes. So I've been contributing to open source since 2016. My career began in 2014, but as soon as my career began, I went into open source and began contributing. And all my work, the papers, they are all open source, freely available for everyone. So I'm a poster boy for open source career. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Wisdom. Jodam.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So my name is Jodam. It seems I'm the newest Batman in the room. So I'm Jodam. Today I work on a project called Minmo. And at Minmo, we build tools for anyone to provide on-ramp and off-ramp services in their community. Now, in doing that, we have the opportunity of defining certain, producing certain open source definitions that will allow you to build something like that. Before I was working on Minmo, I was working on another challenge called Bitsaco, which is build community banks, as we know them here in Kenya and other places in Africa, on Bitcoin. Now that too is open source. And before that, I saw a certain challenge in Bitcoin, which is build protocols that can allow people to use Bitcoin as communities, and that's Fedimint, where specifically I got to contribute in how you bridge a Fedimint instance to the Lightning Network. So I was thinking about it just now as my fellow speakers here were giving their experiences. I realize now my career began in 2018, and at every stop, it seems I've had a small opportunity to be a Robin, and now I see some opportunity to help and hopefully collaborate with us in defining open source projects in Africa.
Thank you, guys. Can we give them a hand? So if you look at the big open source projects, specifically in the Bitcoin ecosystem, I don't think there's any of them that was started by someone from this part of the world. Before the conference, players in the Bitcoin payments ecosystem actually had some conversations over the weekend. And one of the things that came out very strongly, well, the first thing that came out very strongly is that all the players in Bitcoin in Africa are very bullish on Lightning, which is very interesting if you follow the Western conversations about Lightning, where you hear people say Lightning doesn't work or Lightning is dead, nobody uses Lightning. And we have people that it's what they use every day or what they're building on every day. But then we also found out very quickly that what is being defined in the protocol is not matching what the people who are actually building tools on this on the ground need. And yes, there are more African developers contributing on the Bitcoin protocol in different projects, but there's still a big gap in what's being built for everyone and the nuances and the realities of Africa. My question to you guys, in Bitcoin, outside Bitcoin, why do we need Bitcoin projects that originate with an African challenge as the context for it? And in getting to the point where you transition from a Robin to a Batman, what kind of thought process did you go through to make you realize, okay, it's time for me to actually define a project of my own that we're driving and I build a community of contributors around, versus just staying on that lane of contributing to existing known projects? Jordan, maybe you start.
Yeah, I'll start with a little bit of thought in how projects can arise in Africa. Look, there's really great open source projects globally. Bitcoin is the key one at the top, in my opinion. Now, you take Bitcoin in its own form, and you can contribute to it. It's open for your contribution and anyone's contribution in the world. When you contribute, hopefully you bring your context, you bring your challenge. Now, it can't be that when you realize a gap, like something you need for Bitcoin to work for you and your community, that you go build that to be closed source. You go build that just for yourself and doesn't share it. Because I can assure you that if you realize that need to build something on top of Bitcoin, maybe it truly cannot go into Bitcoin itself. But when you build it on top of Bitcoin or on top of Lightning, chances are your sister in Uganda or your brother in Cameroon is going to face the exact same challenge. So you need to think about open sourcing it. If, with that example, you are possibly a Robin in Bitcoin, fixing a security bug, helping improve efficiency of transaction relays, something. But the gap itself that you realize for Bitcoin, once it has that fix for the security that you made, for it to be useful in your context and your community, right? That is immediately going to force you to become a Robin, become a Batman, publish it, rally people around it, and share it so it can immediately be useful to the widest audience in your context. Yeah.
Wisdom?
Okay, amazing. You covered so much ground. So in my experience, starting out as a Robin and getting to a Batman in the context of an African developer, it's organic in this sense. You don't set out to be Batman. I did not set out to be Batman, but there were tools, there were things I need. For example, when we look at 2015, as a software developer in Cameroon, we had our very first internet shutdown, which was a complete internet shutdown. So as a developer, you can imagine how devastating that is. You can send emails, you could not receive even as simple as a DNS package. It was a complete blackout. Yeah, so it got me thinking because I was out of work at that time, and I said, what solutions are out there that are built to enable me communicate in these kind of scenarios? And I could not find any. There wasn't any I could use at the time. And it forced me into saying, okay, how about I build this to help me communicate? So I traveled to another region to begin experimenting with how, when I get back home to the shutdown, I can send an email to people away from me so that I can keep communicating. And the only solution that could work at that point was SMS, and I began working on making it happen. And on making that open source, on keeping that available to everyone, sharing with my friends and saying, hey, if you need to send out this email, go like this. We see that people started enjoying it. They needed it as well, and it started growing a community on itself. So that is how it transitioned from being me building something that I needed to make sure I can communicate, keep a job, talk to people during a complete internet shutdown, to be in a project now that has many contributors and has people bringing in platforms they need. And that is one thing I see as an African developer, because it is people have these niche problems which the platforms which are presently available are not built for them. Our problem is infrastructure and let's say internet. Yes, we have that problem. And when you're building, especially in Africa, you're thinking that first. You're thinking, I will not have the resources to use this at full scale. So I cannot build in such a way that makes this accessible to everyone with very low resources. It's one reason why WhatsApp has taken off so much, because of its good protocol for low resources. So that is how, as a developer in Africa, we bring the context of the pain point which we are facing into a project, and then it becomes you a Batman from there. You don't set out to be, yeah. You just become, yeah.
Tim?
Okay, so Wisdom here actually made mention of something that is very key, and that was the transition from being a Robin to a Batman. And he said something very key. Most people don't start out to become a Batman. They start out with, working as a Robin, and eventually you get to a point where it's like, okay, there's a particular project or a particular idea I want to implement. I want it to be open because I've contributed to projects that are open. I've seen the utility in using open projects. And I have the paradigm that enables me to think open, that the utility is more than just what I can benefit from, but in sharing my idea and the solution that I've built with others and making it open. In my introduction, there was a project that I failed to mention that I am currently spearheading, and one of the projects in which I'm a Batman for. And I would explain how I got to that, because I just mentioned how people start out with being a Robin and become a Batman. And this project is called Joint Market RS. This is probably the first time a lot of people will be hearing about it because it's a more recently started project. In fact, I haven't actually done anything publicly about it yet. It's a Bitcoin privacy project. And from the name, you might be able to connect it with another project called Join Market that is also involved in Bitcoin privacy. Now, over the years, I have been a contributor to Join Market. Now, when I started out with Join Market, and you see the process, how I became a Robin, I realized that there was a problem with Join Market. It was very difficult for a newbie to use the project. And I thought about, I knew how important the project was. I knew the utility. And I said, if this project is going to gain adoption, it has to be easier to use. So I took that approach of, okay, I'm a coder, I can write software. Let me go into this project and try and figure out how to make this easier for people to use, right? So I started on that particular entire process of trying to make it easier. And I was humbled because I later realized the reason why things were the way they were, right? And that was kind of, and I still, there were other things, it was useful, people were using it, so I felt, okay, I could also make other contributions. So I built some certain kinds of features into the project. But that problem, still stuck with me that Joint Market will not gain mass adoption if it's still difficult to use. And that's what actually led me to start my own project called Joint Market RS. And the goal behind it is to make it as easy to use Joint Market, the protocol and the entire tool set, for others. Now, my own local context. I'm African, and I know that not a lot of people are going to run full nodes in order to use this particular project, which helps improve user privacy. And so one of the goals that I have for the project is I have to make this in such a way that even if I'm not running a full node, I can still get the benefits of this particular project. So you see, it's that kind of thinking that leads a developer who wants to build a project or lead a project to start a project like that. Sometimes you just identify a gap. You see that there might even be a solution, but that solution is not covering that particular use case. You might have started out with, okay, I don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let me see if I can contribute. But there might be certain situations where it's not particularly possible to fill that gap by making a contribution. And it's at that point when you decide that, okay, I'm going to start a new project and lead that project towards solving this particular problem. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So what's standing out to me and what I'm picking a lot from this is context, and our context being the trigger for what you end up building. I have a question, quick straw poll, for anyone in the room that is not African born. How many of you in the room that are not African know about the USSD protocol? Jason, you live in Kenya, so you don't count. Gleason, do you know about the USSD protocol? Okay. How many Africans in the room know about USSD protocol? Right? Some of you don't know, don't have your hands up, but you use it. How many of you have ever used star something, something, something hash to check your bank balance? That is technology that is probably older or around the same age as SMS, that is native to Africans, that the average person in Africa uses with ease, that even your old mom in the village can use it, that is out of the realm of reality for the vast majority of the people building Bitcoin. Our context of technology use is very peculiar. When you hear Tim and Wisdom talk about building SMS projects, again, straw poll. How many people here that are not African, where you're from, you have experienced an internet shutdown, where the government or the providers decide, you know what, no internet for you guys for the next 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 3 years? Show of hands. If you're not African, you've experienced an internet shutdown. If you're African and you've experienced an internet shutdown, can I see your hands up? Now, there's the internet shutdown that is triggered by the government. But I'm talking about being in places in your country where there is no network, like no signal. Show of hands. So for us to be building this technology, for the technology to work for us, how we use technology and how people where we are consume and use technology is critical in thinking about how Bitcoin as an open source project is built. So I guess our role as engineers from Africa in these spaces is to see how you're not just there building your reputation as an individual developer, but bringing the African voice and the African perspective into the code. And it sounds like you get to the point where I'm bringing the African perspective, but it doesn't seem like they're listening. Or it seems like everything I'm saying is flying over their head. And then you decide, you know what, let me just build it. What would you guys say is different from your experience as contributors to projects, to leads and maintainers of projects? What's different in terms of the things you do on the project? What's different in terms of the mindset, the attitude, the skills that you find yourself deploying? Yeah.
If I was to jump on here, yeah. As a contributor to a project, as a Robin, your role is to deliver. I think your role, which is a very powerful role, is to be a cleaner as well. So you need to figure out the smallest scope at which you can pick a task, work on it, get the review of other people around you, support from people around you, and see it through the finish line. A big shift for me early on as a contributor to an open source project, not started by me, that's very mint, to maintainer of a part of it is at some point you find yourself being the person who has looked at a certain piece the most. That's number one. So your job also becomes sharing context. Now, the next open source contributor, the next potential Robin that walks in, you need to give them the rails or the railings that they can walk, they can onboard with, and actually create value as a Robin. So that's a big shift. And then my experience of defining an open source project and maintaining it in entirety. And a big part of it also involves selling other people to come and contribute with you. So these are some examples I've seen.
Amazing. As a contributor, one thing I know is it's easier. So as a developer myself, it's way easier to be a contributor than a maintainer because I come to a project, there's a roadmap, and they have issues. For example, it's on GitHub, so issues. So what do? You sort through it, you pick an issue, you send a PRO, it gets merged, you feel good for a week, and you rinse and repeat. But as a maintainer of the project, you suddenly realize it's almost like being a parent. You know, you have to make sure the community is asking for so much. You see people, for example, I have the open source SMS app, Deco SMS, and it's open source and free, okay. But you still hear people will come to a place like your GitHub issues or your Telegram and be angry with you for not having this feature they want so that, yes, their cats can send SMS too. And it's your place to manage the emotions of your team because when they read that, they are angry, they want to storm out, you have to tell Robbins, hey, breathe. So you're not only writing code as a maintainer, you're managing a team, you're managing resources, which is also very important because you don't have plenty. And you have to make sure everything is prioritized to be done right. So it comes with this. It's almost like being a CEO without all the benefits of being a CEO. Yeah, you would have to do all of it without training, without managerial thoughts. You're just a developer who started a project, but now you're learning breathing techniques to keep people in place. So there is that difference. But the benefit is when you see the project moving in alignment with your vision, the way you want, you get personal fulfillment. It makes you feel very, as the first speaker said, you know, as Batman, there is the great feeling from seeing your project move, grow. So that is the difference between being a contributor and a maintainer in an open source project.
Wisdom already stole my point, which was, and I think they've basically said most of it. And just to double down, being a maintainer or a project lead and being a contributor, they require vastly different skills. And like you mentioned, it's very similar to the difference between someone who is a CEO and someone who is just an employee in a company. Because as the CEO, it's not just that work is getting done, it's the fact that you have much more to do because you have to sell your company, you have to market your company, you have to attract people to come and work in your company. So you have to juggle a lot of things, and it requires a different set of skills to have a successful project. It's not every open source project that is successful. Like open source land is filled with failed projects. There are lots of projects that have been originated by Batman that did not see the light of day. They didn't survive. The ones that succeed are the ones where you have maintainers and you have leaders who are able to ensure that they sell that project. They're not only just selling the project to people who are using it, they're selling the project to people who come to contribute to that project. So if you think like a CEO and you understand that this may not be a commercial enterprise, but it still requires those same skills to be able to have a successful project, then you would have a successful project. And you know, just like how a lot of people, you know, they come up with startups, they run startups. The same thing too with open source projects. That shouldn't mean that you can learn on the job. That's the point, right? So I want to encourage you to not only become if you identify something, someplace, not everyone has to be a Batman, you know. Some people need to be Robins, and you need to be contributors. But if you find yourself in a situation where you have to be a Batman. Don't be afraid to take that leap. You learn along the way. I'm still, very new in being a Batman myself, but because I have some experience in running a company, I already see a lot of parallels between what it would take to be a successful open source project maintainer.
Really insightful, guys. One of the things Fabian also mentioned was around when you're starting a new project as a Batman, the whole concept evaluation. How do you get the community of developers to actually agree? Well, probe, question, help you strengthen your concept or idea that you want to build a project around, and agree that's important to have, and then start being the community that is helping you or working with you to build it. It feels, for me, like it's probably easier to get that in markets and environments where there is a long history and tradition of open source development. I mean, in the West, you have people who've been contributing to open source since the 70s, right? You have people who have mentors. You have deep community of open source developers. How do we, as a community, how do you, as someone who's starting a project in Africa, first build a community that can actually help you challenge and evaluate the concept that you want to build your project around? People that are both technically astute, but that also understand the context for the project, which might not be very common knowledge for everyone. From your experience, how do you go about that, going from and thinking about creating something to now I have, maybe it's a white paper, or we have a GitHub repo with clear explanation on what we're trying to do that excites other people to come contribute? Wisdom, maybe you go first.
Oh, okay. This one is a little tough because at first you're very motivated when you start out an open source project, you, the initial founder of the project. And so your mind is clouded with this belief that because this thing works great for you and because this thing is okay for you, on telling the next developer, they would jump in and also just appreciate the beauty of this issue. But then you suddenly realize that when you as an open source founder, you go meet an a developer in the context, I would say in Africa, and tell them, hey, here's this amazing thing. And they're like, oh, this is cool. And you're like, yeah, so it's open source, you give us no money. They're like, it goes from being cool to go down on the weed, man. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, it becomes, how will you pay the bill? How will I pay the bill? How will I? And you see that something that you're all excited about suddenly becomes, from day one, you're thinking how we pay the bill before we continue with how do we continue with the project. So I managed to find people who actually wanted to contribute and do stuff. And one thing I learned along the way of finding them is I don't come at it anymore with the prospect of, oh, this gives them fulfillment in life. They are excited to do this. No. Everybody has their reasons, and it's different with all of them. And I learned to recognize it and remove my monolithic way of looking at it. I learned to recognize, oh, this person wants to contribute to this project for their CV. This one wants to contribute to land that job somewhere. This one believes they can use it like work experience. And it makes sense because it's the context we are in. It's, as a developer, I need to earn a living, and your reasons for doing open source differ. I myself could do it the way I like doing it because I had enough skills to get other sources of income to feed myself. So as approaching developers and finding them, I've learned to listen. I've learned to get what they are looking for in an open source project and use that as what I use to market to them, to say, hey, if you solve this problem, it looks good on this CV, which you're trying to apply for that company. to work at. And they do it very, very happily and solve one issue at a time and keep contributing. And when there's money, they will be happy to join the project and work with you on your vision, because as the founder, it is your vision. You don't expect them to bear it. You bear the vision. But you find yourself with happy contributors actually pushing the project forward.
Yeah. So yeah, it's really tough to speak about this one because there are no examples to pull from, right? But just thinking about it ideologically, you realize that building a community around a project is easier when that project solves a common problem. So the project, I built that project because I wanted it to solve a problem for me, but it's not just solving a problem for me, it's also solving a problem for others. And it becomes naturally easier for you to have someone who, first of all, they kind of take the project and use it to solve their problem, but then as time goes on, they identify other things that they want to see in that project, and so they can contribute. So I think the approach of, it's not every project that really needs to become a community project. You know, there are reasons why certain projects are commercial and closed source. But open source projects are usually open because there's a benefit for it in being open. It's accessible to other people who want to use it, and it also creates an avenue through which they can contribute, right? And so I think that the key thing I could mention here is, if your project solves a common problem, then it will be easier to attract and build a community around it.
Joram?
And thank you for asking this question, Femi, because I didn't have an answer. And now listening to my brother Wisdom and team, I seem to be going, I have things to go try. Literally tomorrow in this very room at 10 a.m.-ish, my idea of testing an open project, testing idea, getting it critiqued, is to host a workshop here. And so invite you to come, and the problem set range of it that we will be testing tomorrow is mobile money agents on Bitcoin. If we can define mobile money agents on Bitcoin, how would we do it? So yeah, I have things to try, and welcome tomorrow.
Yeah, in the world of AI, agents now means different things. Yes. But we're not talking about AI agents. We're talking about actual human agents, which again, a key feature in African societies, right? The guys with the kiosk that sell recharge cards, that sell data, that do everything. How do we layer that on as a human network to sell and send and spend and do everything you do with Bitcoin? Interesting. You mentioned something, Wisdom, and I saw the reaction from the audience. In Africa, we have what's called African tax, right? You spend many years, you become a software engineer, you can get a job at Amazon or Microsoft or start your own startup to make money because you have siblings behind that are also going to university, and your parents have said, now you have to come and take part of the responsibility. Or maybe you're even sending money home to your parents, right? So the last thing on your mind for most people, first thing on your mind for most developers is, how do I get the highest paying job so that I can sustain myself? And then you say, or make it open source. But also, in some instances, maybe you actually want to build a for-profit organization, which at its heart, there is intellectual property. Well, there's certain elements you're building inside, and you can see this thing is going to be useful for more than just my business. It's actually useful for the ecosystem. Maybe we make this open source. How do you reach that decision of, no, I want this to be open source rather than closed? Particularly if you're building a business. I think all of you run or have run businesses. And IP, the central philosophy of intellectual property is we keep it as our own because it's a trade secret, our secret source. How do you justify open source in this kind of environment? Yes, the people in this room, Bitcoin people, because Bitcoin is an open source project, they may be more favorable. But by the time you go into the wider developer ecosystem in the continent, you may get more pushback. How do you navigate this? Anyone wants to start? Tim?
Sure. So I was opportune to be at the Bitcoin payments retreat, and we had conversations where we spoke about open protocols and open source. And I want to piggyback on some of that conversation and, explain how does a commercial entity that has an incentive to make profit, how does open source contribute towards that particular goal? And I think a lot of times it has to do with standards. Let me use the classic example that everyone can, you can identify with. We all kind of, most of us here use services that Google, the corporation, has built. And Google is a for-profit company, massive company, billions of dollars in profit. And yet, Google is a very huge contributor in the open source space. A very good example of one of the projects that is one of their biggest projects is the Chrome browser, which nearly everyone here would have used or uses at a particular point. And Google Chrome is an open source project. You can see the code, you can contribute, create your own fork of it. There have been lots of derivative browsers that have been created from Google Chrome. It's open source. Even the licensing, allows you to be able to do, this kinds of derivative works with it. But you see that, what is the incentive for Google to make Google Chrome open? One of the reasons is that it is beneficial for me as a company if we all kind of agree on certain standards. And if we're going to agree on certain standards, those standards have to be open. And open also means that it has to be able to accommodate special things, special edge cases that, may not necessarily benefit me, but benefits you. The reason why the web is very successful today is because it's open. And we're talking about Bitcoin, which is another open protocol that is also, one key thing, permissionless, right? Meaning that you can innovate on Bitcoin without necessarily seeking someone else's permission. And so when we talk about the reason why a commercial entity that, look, my goal is I want to make money as a company, I have the African tax that I have to pay. What is the benefit in me either creating or contributing to an open source project? The reason, like I just mentioned, is that if you identify how your being open benefits you, sometimes not in the short run, but in the long run, then you can see a path through which contributing or creating open source projects actually helps that profit motive eventually, right? So when you think about it that way, it's easier for you to see how, even though you're a commercial entity, you should, contribute one way or the other to open source or, spearhead open source projects as well.
Joe?
Yeah, I'd like to jump on that. On the conversation about building payments in Africa, I had the privilege of sitting with Tim and the discussion. One thing that came out of that discussion is a good open source project and protocol needs to support businesses still keeping their IP on top. So in terms of us being the ones probably proposing open source protocols and definitions, I think we check that box. We check if we open this, can we still keep private IP, business IP, the money, can we make money on this? All right? Now, even if the answer is we can't make money from this, we might go into a second decision step and ask, are we okay with never making money and still open this? So I think that is key. There's other decisions. For example, what we do at Minmo, one of the things we check is, what is the size of the problem, right? Some problems are too big for you to build by yourself. And sometimes opening it will help you get there faster, even if it might mean letting go of some revenue potential. Yeah, so these are some of the things we think about.
Wisdom?
So, lots. So one thing I keep in mind when starting an open source project. So just like Tim said, open source space is full of a lot of dead projects. And yes, I actually have a contribution to that level of debt. You know, I have a lot of cute ones. So how we go about? So to pay the African tax, I come at it in two ways. So firstly, when I create an open source project, I think when I start a new project, to decide if it's going to be open source or if I should, and I have to specify here by open source and free being two different things, and yes, and free being people use it without giving you any money or in exchange, and then open source being the source code is readily available to everyone. Even if they do give you money for it, you still give them the source code to go do it. Okay, so how I make the decision between making it open source and completely open source and free versus closed source purely for profit to keep an IP is deciding who are the developers who would be willing to work on this. So one thing is I love to think a project sustainability matters a lot in deciding that future. For example, if I'm working on a project and I believe if this is closed source, but I don't stand a chance of raising VC money for it, and we face that a lot, being an African project, that's the first thing you think, would any VC touch this? And usually the answer is no. So you start calculating what are the chances a VC will touch this. And as a founder, you then ask, if I put people on this, they have siblings to feed, they have a family to feed, they are planning for a future, and they have spent so much of their time learning how to code. And a VC does not touch this. Does that mean I will be responsible for failing all this amount of people, making them not pay their bills and frustrating them? So the answer to that is you make it open source and you pitch to them the benefits. For one, here's the idea, here's what we are working on, and here's how we plan to make money from this. But should in case we don't make money from this, here is your contribution and here is your name. This on any CV is good for you. This on any CV can open you a door. You can go to a conference and you talk about your work and you show your work. If you go for a job interview, this is everything you did is out here in public. So I use that as a mechanism to pay the tax first, to reduce the risks the contributors face on working on the project. And why we reduce that risk and give them a route out because we don't have VC money, we then start thinking, how then can we build a commercial product on this open source engine which we have started? For example, we are asking that question right now because we have a project called ShortMerge, which does a lot of work with metrics and metrics bridges. And the first thing we did was build it open source, and it is now open source. And it is powerful. It does really amazing things for communication. Now we are thinking, how then can we build a product on this without touching the open sourceness of the thing we have built? How can we build sustainability on this? How can we make sure we can continue paying ourselves from this? So I think that is how I come at the decision of deciding when a product would be open source or closed source. I try to make sure, we are all protected. We have all been in the place where you work on a project for years and then it goes nowhere and you're left with no money, no nothing. So you think, how can I make sure there's benefit for everyone, even if we decide to not monetize this eventually. And open source fits that because everybody signs their work, puts it out there, says CV for everybody. So even if you don't make profit from it, it benefits you in some way or the other. Yeah.
And my last question, and then I'll open it to questions from the audience. And it's a question I know is on many people's minds, and I know because I work in that space, and it is funding. How do you get funding for your open source project from Africa? It's the vast majority, well, for many Africans, I imagine until a few years ago, they didn't even realize that people actually get funding for open source projects. The assumption was always, oh, you want me to come and work for free? But even when you look at the grant organizations that give grants to work on open source projects, whether it's in Bitcoin or outside Bitcoin, the vast majority of those grants, probably most or all those grants are outside Africa, run by people who may not understand the African context. How do you get to convince them to fund either the project itself or contributors on your project that is being built in Africa, from the African context? Anyone?
Let me start. So I don't have any projects that have been funded, but I can give you some ideas. You can think about it, and let's see how this goes. So in any open source project, I've identified potentially 3 different kind of customers. The first one are your users, people who use your project. The second one are the developers who are going to contribute to your project. And the third one are grantors who will help fund your project. And as you know, you have to sell to all these customers. Users need to be able to identify the utility that you are trying to provide. Your contributors need to see the benefit that they derive from not only using your project, but also contributing and making that whole open source project itself even more useful. And for grantors, they are more impact oriented. Okay, if I'm going to invest, or if I'm going to fund this project, if I'm going to give you a grant, I'm curious to know what kinds of, what the money is going to help you achieve, right? It's not just I have so much money, I just want to spread it, right? There's a goal. You have to identify and figure out what each grantor, what their objectives are, and find a way to sell your project to them in such a way that they can see the benefit to them as well, right? So you should approach it from that perspective. And we always have this thing in the Bitcoin space where we always talk about proof of work, right? And proof of work in this context is, it's easy for someone, so it's not just an idea, but you have actually started working on the project. There's a demonstrable value that project is actually contributing to. It makes it a whole lot easier for you to approach someone who is giving grants and to make a request and say, look, I really want to do this. I can't do this without funding, and I need some help.
Okay, so jumping in, I have a little bit of experience in also raising funding for open source projects. I can say I am among the lucky ones, even though when you look at it, we can look at it and see that it might not be luck, but the factors I put in place, and I say open source projects preparing to get funding, is the initial capital you bring to the table is really high. It's really high. It took me 5 years of unpaid work to get a project to the level where funders believed that is the MVP. And, and you're talking to them and you're like, I've been building this for 5 years. This is not MVP. This is at the level where it's matured in the problem it's solving. But given the context, I was bringing the problem in there. Like, this sounds like a great idea that could possibly solve the problem. And like, it solves the problem. But one thing I learned from that is our friends in the West, they can write 10 lines of code and get $2 million US for the 10 lines. And we here in Africa, you don't write 10 lines of code and get $2 million. You build the entire Linux operating system and you go get 50,000 US. Yeah, and that is the price we pay. But like Tim said, that is how you also raise funding for an open source project, especially an open source one. If you're you're not promising to give back money or funding or anything to anyone. You're not giving them shares. There's none of that. It is open source. It's all for the greater good. So how do you then get the funding? And from my experience, you build. You start up by really building, which is why I tell developers, it's being a founder who is also technically, you can pay that capital. So you spend a lot of hours, make the project exist. SMS Without Borders, in all its fullness, existed so much. We fixed everything, and I was paying from pocket before I went to VCs, to funders, and I'm like, hey, see this thing, it works. It's not Eureka, it's not coming next week, it's not coming next month. We have been on it for 4 or 5 years. It can solve this problem. Please give us this amount of money. And you definitely should not. And when raising funding as open source project, don't ask for the money your friends in the West will ask. You won't get it. One advantage you can get as a developer in Africa is the cost of living here is not too high. So you can ask for what you truly need for the project in its reasonable glory. And for example, if you receive $100,000 for an open source project here, it's a lot. It's really a lot. You can feed 2 developers for 2 years with that, and they pour themselves to it. And you use that to harden the work, and then ask for more, and then harden, you rinse and repeat. But we here, as an open source developer, we know our life is proof of concept. We have to prove everything. We don't just ask. We must do the work first before we ask, and work first before we ask. So we definitely raise funding in open source, but yes, we should be prepared for the initial capital which we bring. Yeah.
I don't know what to add, so I'll just share my experience raising funding in open source. So I've had the experience of getting 3 grants in my time in open source, specifically Bitcoin open source. The first one, I think the key reason for success was asking with clarity. And the same thing is for the other times I've gotten.
And the first one was as a contributor?
As a contributor. I was a Robin as a contributor to a Fedimint, a Bitcoin protocol. And asking for clarity was not just beneficial for my sponsor on the other side, and that's Spiral. It was also beneficial for me. And that's where the real cost comes in. As a contributor, particularly, I think, from Africa, there's some element of, I need to be sure about this first before I can ask. And that can take you weeks, but that can take you years, 5 years, right? A comparative is, we see people present an idea, just a paper, and they've already asked for 3 grants, okay? I think it works. I don't know how we can say that you need to just speak. Now, there's dangers in just speaking before doing the work. You need to do some work. But there's also dangers in not speaking early enough. It might be that you are still looking for that clarity for yourself before you ask for the support, for the help with the grant. But by the time you're asking, it's too late. The resources are gone. Like, you have to go get a job at that point. Yeah. So that's my experience asking as an individual contributor to a project. It was also an element of luck. Now, I could afford the cost of proving the clarity for myself and had the privilege of, when I showed that clarity to other people, they point me to where to go ask. And then I go ask. For the other 2 times, I've asked for funding for projects that I've started. One of them is BitSaco. I asked Human Rights Foundation. And the mission, the clarity of mission is prove and show how communities in Africa can run their money on Bitcoin. Right? It's a very old traditional concept, and it can be done, but now show us how it can be done on Bitcoin. I was already researching and implementing proof of concepts for a time. Honestly, it still took me a long time to ask, and many people are asking. So the longer you take to ask, the more you'll stay in the loop, and the more you face dangers of not getting the support in good time. So right now, we are building Minmo. Again, we have the privilege of having a grant for that. And this time, I can tell that our ask came earlier. We got clarity earlier with that experience. And to you, the audience, if you're starting a project, I don't know how, but try and ask earlier to get the support.
Just to jump in on that, because it's very important. He's very right. Asking is really important because it's a feedback loop. And I would say in my 5 years of not asking, of not being funded, it's not because I wasn't asking, but when you ask, you get feedback, and you use that feedback. It's the clearest roadmap you can get to the path that takes you to being funded. So working on the feedback, not feeling criticized, not feeling down because they are like, not this time, but if you can get to this benchmark, then come talk to us. So iterating, so asking, like he says, asking really early, it's very good because it really takes you to the path to actually where you actually will see the funding. Yeah.
I mean, if I speak as an evaluator of your later 2 grants, it's important that as you're working as a contributor in open source, that you're not just working, but you're talking about the work that you're doing. If you're working and nobody knows you're working, they don't have any reason or context to make the decision on whether they want to bet on you or not. So for the open source developers in the room, who here already contributes to open source? Hands up, hands still up. Keep your hands up if you actually have a blog, a place where you actually talk about and share about the work that you're contributing to in open source. Yeah. More of the hands are down. That's a critical piece in the work. As you're doing the work, also be sharing the insights you're learning, the things you're starting to understand. Before Jodom got the grant for BitSaco, I knew about his work on Fedmint. From talking about it, from writing about it, from speaking in conferences about it, from being willing to have his work challenged. Because the people that are going to give you the funding, they need to see it. Nifty used to be on the board of OpenSats, who also fund lots of open source developers in the space. There's a lot of asking through trusted networks, other open source developers, when you're at the point of deciding, do I want to give these guys a grant or not? And same for projects. It's very easy for an individual contributor to get a grant for a project that they move on to create as a maintainer than if you were coming from scratch to someone that hasn't seen or known or funded your work before. Earlier on, there was a question to Fabian about funding for projects or funding for individuals. Most organizations in the space fund individual contributors to Bitcoin, to projects. But if you're smart, you can be like Wisdom and create an entity that is holding the open source project. So that the funders, and there are few of us, but there are funders like us, like OpenSats, that actually also fund projects too. Because unfortunately in the Bitcoin space, 98% of grants to open source contributors goes to developers. But there are other skill sets that are required, and most of them back-end developers. There are other skill sets that are required to get an open source project successful, but you would hardly find any funder that is giving funding directly to contributors that bring those skills. Whether it's UX design, whether it is front-end, whether it is marketing, product management, there are very few funders that fund that on projects. But if you have an entity for your project, it's easy for us to give a grant to that entity, and the maintainer determines where we filter the funding to. So, okay, we're choosing to use this one to resource a product manager to help us get through this next build. So you need to be thinking about this thing in a structured way and trying to put yourself in understanding what the funding sources are, what they're looking for, and how do we make it easy for them to fund us. I know there are several people from B-Trust represented here, so I can't go without throwing a shot. B-Trust is sitting on a lot of money to encourage open source development in the global south, starting in Africa. A lot of the focus at the moment is on funding individual contributors, but more of it needs to start going towards funding projects that are originating from the global south that contributors can then join. But also, if you are thinking of launching a Bitcoin open source project, Wisdom talked about capital that you put in at the start. The developers that have gone through the B-Trust program are also a resource that you can actually go tap into to find people to help you in the initial days of getting your projects off the ground. With that said, we have about 10 minutes more for this session. I'll throw the floor open for anyone that has any questions, for any of the panelists or to me. Any questions? Yes.
Okay, so Joint Market RS is a Rust reimplementation of Joint Market Protocol. And so on GitHub, you can search for Joint Market RS. The goal is to make Joint Market a tool that is easy to use, easy to install, and just, basically just get off the ground running using a Joint Market protocol that, is easy to use. So that's the basic idea behind the project. That's the goal behind the project, is to make it so that eventually one of the things that I'm hoping that we'll be able to accomplish is that we can build libraries that can be integrated into regular wallets to bring that CoinJoin feature into the wallets. You're welcome.
Any questions? If no questions, can we give a round of applause to the panelists?
Dust on the floor, palm on the skin. We came in loud and we begin. You bring your hand, I bring my name. Same old fire, different flame. Step by step, we build it live. No hidden room, we all arrive. Say it plain, say it true. What we make comes from you. One heartbeat, one true face. Everybody here in the same place. Working in public, working in public, working in public. Hands up high, no door to shut. Working in public, working in public, working in public. Move as one, and we don't stop. Call from the left, answer from right. Our hitters rolling through the night. Little mistakes turn into gold. Everybody sees how we hold. You tap the side, I change the line. What was rough turns out fine. No quiet throne, no lonely crown. We lift it up, we don't back down. Say it plain, say it strong. If we miss a step, we learn along. One hand here, one hand there. Bring your whole self, bring it everywhere. Working in public, working in public, working in public. Hands up high, no door to shut. Working in public, working in public, working in public. We move as one, and we don't stop. See the sparks between us fly. Nothing fake in the open sky. If the line breaks, we fix it now. If the crowd gets loud, we bow then wow. Working in public, working in public, working in public. Hands up high, no door to shut. Working in public, working in public, working in public. We move as one, and we don't stop. Working in public, working in public, working in public. One big drum, one beating heart.
The next talk on this stage is Can AI Help Bitcoin? Responsible Practices for Open Source Development. And this talk will be given by my friend and the amazing BitTrust person. His name is Kelvin. Please, a round of applause for Kelvin, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Morning, everyone, or afternoon. Thanks for coming through. My name is Kelvin, and I currently lead engineering at BitTrust. For those that don't know, BitTrust does three things, basically. We locate software engineers in different African countries. We train them and teach them about Bitcoin network and introduce them to contribute to Bitcoin open source projects. So, for my talk today, I'm asking a very interesting question, which is, can AI actually help Bitcoin? Or is AI currently helping Bitcoin? Is there anything significant in the last 2 years? Because I know the hype around AI has been around for like 2 years. Is there anything AI has actually helped us with? Something major, for example, SegWit. When SegWit came around, it did a lot, help us to like reduce the transaction fee and putting more transactions into the block. And at the same time, it led to the Lightning Network, right? That's something really, really significant. But for the last 2 years, is there anything significant that AI has done that you can say, okay, or AI is doing? I don't know. So yeah, there's all I'm trying to say is that there's the good parts to AI and there's the bad parts, which we'll be looking at in this talk today. I'll be talking about 3 things basically, which is the risk when you're using AI for open source development and the value you can see in it. And lastly, I'll be talking about what you need to look out for before actually opening your PR, to an open source project. Starting from the risk. AI is actually dangerously convincing. I'm using that keyword because I can tell you for a fact that in Bitcoin, a lot of things Bitcoin is basically not reversible. So if you make a mistake, you can't reverse it. So if you're going to be using AI for such, it's a very big risk, right? And I've seen lots of pull requests. I mean, for the last 6 months, I've been working with Bitrust grantees. Bitrust, by the way, has over 27 grantees right now, and working on over 20 open source projects. And I've been working with them, also working with the maintainers to understand how best to use AI. And I can tell you for a fact, there's a lot of risk involved. The first one is that convincing code is not correct code. How many of us have opened a PR with AI here before? Or have seen a PR that was written by AI? The code is convincing. It has all the tests, it has everything. Even the PR description is sweet. The CI all checks out, everything is smooth. Looking at that PR, you're gonna be thinking, okay, yeah, everything is fine and dandy, right? No, it doesn't work that way. The next one I'll be saying is the green CI, which I already mentioned, right? You see a PR, the CI is green, the checks, it has like a lot of tests covering different edge cases. And you feel, okay, this PR is good to go. No, it is not good to go. And the third one is most AI don't usually understand what we call operational context, or should I say historical context. There are contexts or things decisions that have been taken in Bitcoin Core, for example, that it's not in the code. Prior to, should I say 2020, there were just some set of guys working on Bitcoin Core, and it wasn't that loud, per se. Not a lot of people knew. So they were making decisions that no one knew about. So up to today, there are some decisions that have been made on Bitcoin Core that AI doesn't know about. So if you give that code base to AI that, oh, fix this or fix that, it's going to do a lot of damage to it. So these are some of the risks that are actually, that you can actually encounter when using AI for contributing to Bitcoin open source projects. I just remembered one particular bug there's a lot of bugs in Bitcoin Core, by the way. One particular bug is the Bitcoin script bug, where it's the upcheck multisig, where it pops an extra item off the stack. So they had to add, they had to come up with a null value, which is opcode 0. So you need to add it in order to make sure that the Bitcoin script for that works perfectly. That's like an hack. So that's something that no one tells you about. You need to figure it out yourself. Or maybe, in our Mastering Bitcoin class, I think it's something we try to discuss. So if you give AI that piece of code today, that go ahead and fix this, it's going to try to fix that, and at the end of the day, you will get an hard fork. It's going to fork the network, right? AI is not going to tell you, oh, no, we can't fix this. This was actually done. Nah, it's not going to tell you that. So these are some of the risks involved in using AI. So based on all this, should we stop using AI? Yes. Should we stop using AI? Yes. We shouldn't. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. And absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, AI is here to stay. So we need to learn how to work with it, but we need to learn how to work with it, better. And which takes me to some of the values you can actually get from AI, or the opportunities or the good things about using AI, right? The first one is debugging. Debugging can be, can be a lot. After spending 2-3 days or even weeks, you just find out that it's a, maybe a multiplication instead of a division that you're supposed to do. Maybe a variable that, you missed reassigning or something, and you've wasted days on it. So one of the things I see a lot of guys use AI for is debugging. When there's a problem, first you need to understand the problem, right? Then you tell, okay, this is the problem I'm going through, and this is where I think it is. Take a look at it and let me know what you think. You prompt the LLM, and you get to get a response in like a minute. So what usually takes days is now taking minutes to do. The next one is rapid iteration. Using AI as a peer programmer. Like your guy, you're chatting with it, probably you have an idea and you just want to validate it. You can actually build an MVP in like 2 hours with it to know if that idea actually works or not. For example, me, I have lots of ideas. I know a lot of us have lots of ideas, and we start working on one, and after writing the code for a while, we just get tired, and that's it. But with AI right now, you can, in the next 2 hours, your idea is up and running. So that's a good thing about AI. Learning concepts. This is very, very important, especially for the guys that are starting out. If you have little to no knowledge about Bitcoin, it's best to use it for learning, right? As opposed to other things, right? Asking questions. I remember back then we used to use Stack Overflow to ask questions or get info about more context. For me personally, I like watching videos and reading content. So I go to Medium sometimes, search for articles, get like 2 or 3 articles. I also go to YouTube to search, and I take like the next 1 week learning about what Segwit is all about. But now, you can just chat with it, get to learn what Segwit is about. If it takes you down the rabbit hole, you keep asking it. You can even ask it, explain this concept to me like I'm 12. Explain this concept to me like I'm 50. Explain this concept to me like a PhD, and you get to see the different perspective. And you can also ask it, okay, who are the guys currently using this? How are they using it? So you see if what you're trying to build makes sense for it or not, right? And the last one here, this one helps maintainers a lot. Code reviews. Code reviews. I don't know if it's a PT or on Bitcoin Core, there's no AI policy. In fact, using AI is frowned on Bitcoin Core. If you use AI, it's either they close that API or they ban you straight up. But that's a good thing for me because, Bitcoin Core has been existing before AI, and I think it's going to exist after AI. So it's been doing pretty well, right? So for Bitcoin Core, where all my money is right now, you know, I would prefer, it's sane. But yeah, for other projects, they have AI policies that have been drafted. I've worked with maintainers to actually see what's best, how best to use AI on the project. So when you come on board, this is what you need to do. You can even create like an AI bot that does some check that anyone that opens the PR, okay, each method should have maybe 100 lines of code. If it has this, if it has that, you can put some criteria and the bot can help you do like a first pass review before a human steps in. So within the next day or two, I open a PR, the bot reviews it or the AI reviews it and gives me feedback. And I keep going back and forth trying to fix what's going on for the next day or two. And at the end, once everything is fine, the human can step in and do more of business logic review and, get it moving. So yeah, these are some of the values, rather, or good things about using AI. And that takes me to the next one, relying or leveraging AI. Who knows Sarah Connor here? You guys have not watched Terminator. So you don't know what's going to happen in the future. AI is already taking our jobs. One day it's going to take over, and we're going to be slaves to AI. So this is actually what happened in Terminator. Sarah is like the mother of the guy in the future that wanted to come save the world. So if you kill the mother, she doesn't give birth to the son. So that's what AI actually wanted to do back then. So she's looking down at us, watching us use AI for everything. And she's just shaking her head. And it has happened to us at one point, where we reach our limits on the LLM we are using. They're like, you're done with your limits. You need to wait for the next 6 hours. And we are down. We can't do any other thing again. It has gotten to that stage right now. Like, when you get to your limits, like, you can't even do anything again. So you just go do some other things. You can't write code yourself again. You can't think for yourself again. That is exactly where we've gotten to. Right? And that is what relying on AI means. We've relied so much on AI. I was using this cloud. Was it Opus 4.8? And there was one time it was down. I went to the status page and I saw Opus 4.8 is down, but you can use other models. I was like, nah. It's either you or nothing. Really. And yeah, like I said, we've gotten to that stage where we're relying too much for everything, and it's actually not cool. That's why we need to leverage AI instead. What does it mean to leverage AI? I'm going to be doing like a quick table. When you're leveraging AI, you do the thinking. When you're relying on AI does the thinking. I've seen people tell, okay, AI, I have this idea, I want to go about it, and AI tells them, okay, do it this way, do it that way. And they just keep following whatever the AI is saying. At the beginning of this year, I did a program, an AI program, where I went through the basics to the most complicated part of using AI. And it was really fun. There was this thing I was doing every week where I was communicating with an AI model. It was more like, not really an interview, but so they give you different personnels, like your team lead, a PM. Fuck. Is that AI calling me? Sorry, guys. So they give you different personnel. Like, okay, this is your team lead, or this is a PM, or this is a software engineer tester, and they're on your team. So they give you a small problem, like a context. For example, I remember the team lead, there was something that was wrong from the application we were, building, and they give you, like, okay, there's an application you guys did. The front end is receiving 500 error, right? Now you need to have a conversation with your team lead, so you know how to, go about it. So he jumps on the call with you and is like, Kelvin, what's going on? I'm seeing a 500 error code, and you now need to respond. Based on that context, you need to respond in any way you can. So my response was, okay, since it's happening from the front end, let's handle it from the front end. So instead of showing 500 error, we give the user a very good, meaningful, maybe try again or something. So we had that conversation back and forth for like 10 minutes. And at the end, I scored 90 over 100. And one thing I noticed, I scored 90 over 100. And yeah, what I said was right, was correct. We could undo that error from the front end. But because it was a 500 error, the right thing or the better solution would have been, let's go handle it at the back end. What is causing that 500 error? Take a look at the logs, look at what's going on, fix it, and maybe send more meaningful errors to the front end. And also the front end can also undo or rewrite those errors to be meaningful for the customer to see. That's another way. What I noticed going through that different, because I was doing it for a week, for like 3 months, what I noticed was that the direction you push AI to, that's the direction it's going to follow. It's not going to tell you, no, this is a bad idea. Let's not do it this way. If I tell AI today that, oh, I want to have my own company just like Google, what do I need to do? Guess what? It's not going to tell me, Kelvin, you're broke. You can't do that shit. Let's not even go there. It doesn't say that. It just keeps, following me. And that was what I used to scale through that program. Every time they give me a scenario, I push the AI to where, even when the AI is asking me questions that I don't have access to, I'm going to twist it around and talk about something else. And, that is me directing this AI, using my own thinking. If I let the AI own the thinking, it's going to be disastrous. So you need to be in control. You need to, and this means you need to have like the basic knowledge about what you're building. If you don't, then you need to use it for learning, like we talked about in the previous slide. Learn about it, learn about where it's being used before you go about using AI or relying on it per se, instead of leveraging it. Trust the outputs. Most of the time, we trust whatever the AI gives to us. We tell it, what's this about? And the AI, even sometimes, even when you're learning, and you ask AI about some things, if the AI is wrong, you should know. If you don't know, probably like, that's why I enjoy using different resources to learn. So you don't rely on one source of, So in Bitcoin, we have what we call don't trust, verify. Always verify what you're getting back from the AI. So it's not garbage in, garbage out. It doesn't work that way. Ship because test pass. I've talked about this at the beginning. Because it wrote a bunch of tests, everything is passing. You understand more of the business logic. You understand the operational or historical context. So if you can't give you this context to work with, then there's going to be a problem. So you have to ship or push out what you actually understand. And the last one is basically delegating responsibility. It's part of what I've been saying. When you delegate responsibility, everything to the AI, instead of telling, okay, let's not do it this way, let's do it this way, you're basically delegating responsibility instead of owning responsibility in what is coming out from the AI. In all of this is what I'm trying to say. Let's learn to leverage AI. And at the end, own the outcome that comes out of it. Take responsibility for it. And before you open a PR, there are 3 major questions I would like you to ask yourself before opening that PR. right? Um, the first one is, do you understand exactly what this change does? Yes, you know what the problem is. You've told AI about the problem and it has given you a solution. But have you taken a look at the code to know that, yes, whatever was written is whatever is supposed to write? Take a look at the code. Understand the change. If you don't understand it, and understanding means to a certain level, you can actually explain it to someone else. And we do that by writing descriptions on our PRs to explain, okay, this is what this PR is doing, and and give additional context if probably is like a temporary fix, right? The second question is, how will it impact the Bitcoin users or the entire ecosystem? You're trying to push out a feature or a bug or something. How does it impact the everyday users like you and I? How does it impact the wallet side of things? How does it impact the mining side of things? How does it impact the Lightning Network? We did something on the core and we got Lightning. That's real impact. If there was no SegWit, there won't be Lightning. So it's at the ecosystem is currently wide right now that whatever change you're making, especially guys on core, whatever change you're making on there affects everyone in the ecosystem. And the third one is, will you be comfortable owning whatever comes out of it? If something goes wrong, will you say, yes, I wrote this code? Or you're going to push AI in front that, oh, I used AI. There's a lot of AI policies out there that you have to specify if you use the AI or not. At the end of the day, you still need to take responsibility. So if the answer to all this is yes, then please go ahead and open that PR. But if there's a maybe or no to one of these, that means you need more work to do. You need to do more work. That's basically what it means. In all of this, I think the engineers that are going to thrive in open source or using AI are not the ones that will write the most amount of code. Because right now, AI lets us write, tons of code. They are not the ones that are going to open the most amount of PRs. They are the ones that are actually going to be ruthless or have what we call ruthless judgment with whatever comes from the AI we're prompting. So yeah, that's it. Thank you, guys. So time has gone. I don't know if we have questions. Okay. By the way, the next speaker is going to be talking more about AI.
AI, yes.
So
Who has the hand up? Okay. This is the AI department.
Thank you. Hi, Kevin.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Salma Adam. I am here today courtesy of the Dada Devs. And in relation to what you are speaking about, I'd like to pick your brain because I have built already, I'd say it's a model. And what it does, it enables me to train AI in the different 68 languages of the local dialect, the Kenyan local dialect. I know that Nigeria has over 500 speaking languages. So if people are able to interact with AI in their local dialect, would be a great thing. So my question, or maybe pose it as more of like, what is your take on such a project, and where would I like bridge what you have just said and what I'm currently building in regards to open source?
Okay, good one. Well done with the project you're building. I think it's a good one. for such projects, it doesn't really have much implication compared to Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is more of a financial application, and I think I mentioned it. If something goes wrong, it's irreversible. Like you can't return the money, unlike a fintech company where we can redeploy or roll back, right? So for such use case, I think you're good to go. The only thing I think you just need to do more of user testing and get feedback. So how are people using the app, right? Get feedback and see how it's affecting their lives. Because if there's one thing I've noticed, fintech, the medical space, those spaces are very, very complicated when using AI. You don't want to prescribe the wrong drugs or tell someone that is not what is not when it comes to such industry. But for other industries, I think AI can actually be used, but you just need to keep iterating and going back and forth with the feedback. I hope that answers your question. So yeah,
More questions? Calm down now. This is why we brought you here.
Hi, my name is Nelly, still from Dada Devs. There's something that you mentioned, and it's always the question that we have in mind, especially for those who started developing in a world before AI. And there's a question of when is it appropriate to use AI, and when is it appropriate to write a script? So, for instance, you gave an example of, for instance, AI to check if for the commit that you've done, the function is like 10 lines of code. You can write a script for that. But as well, you can also use AI for that. So especially in open source projects, when do you think is ideal to, if you're good at scripting, just do the scripting? And when is it appropriate to also use AI, especially in open source projects that do not have a policy?
Yeah, thanks for that. For projects that don't have an AI policy, it's quite tricky. I think one way to understand how AI is currently being used in an open source project, if there's no policy or there's nothing in the README, is to go through previous past PRs that have been merged or that have been closed. Look at the conversations happening there. Are they closing PRs because someone is using AI? Are they using AI? So in the conversations, you're going to know if it's good to use AI or not, right? For someone starting out, I think you should lean more on using AI to learn, right? Still write your code yourself. Still spend time. I think you need to spend time learning. You need to spend time writing code, especially at the beginning of your career. Use AI to learn, write the code yourself. Then you can use it to validate what you've written. That, okay, take a look at this problem I'm trying to solve. This is what I was able to come up with. Do you think it can be better? And any suggestions it gives to you, don't just, accept it. Still go through it and make sure you also validate it. So, like I said, use AI as a peer programmer, where both of you are helping each other, giving each other ideas, but still remember you're the one in charge. You're the one giving the final say. So yeah, I think that's how I feel, or I think you should use AI in your case.
Awesome. One more question. Anybody? No. Okay. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. I still want to keep you. Okay. Following the AI train, this talk is going to be on how AI has dramatically lowered the barrier to contributing to open source. But there are some other aspects that we are ignoring. And this person is going to come up on stage to talk to us about the cognitive cost of AI-assisted open source. Please make welcome on stage Sadiq from OS Guild. There's another talk happening after Sadiq called Open Source is Dead. So you might want to stick around after this one. Please, somebody should find Abdullahi for me, please. This talk is going to be on how AI has dramatically lowered the barrier to contributing to open source. but there are some other aspects that we are ignoring. And this person is going to come up on stage to talk to us about the cognitive cost of AI-assisted open source. Please make welcome on stage Sadiq from OS Guild. There's another talk happening after Sadiq called Open Source is Dead. So you might want to stick around after this one. Please, somebody should find Abdullahi for me, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sadiq. The founder of OS Guild is actually like an open source guild where, it's a space for open source developers, right? And one of the things we wanted to see is to see that new open source contributors are contributing to open source very easily, because open source is not easy. We can all agree to that. So this is not just a talk. I'm going to engage you guys, and I want you guys to open your minds and your brains to listen. And Kevin has talked a lot about AI, and I'm going to break the mental cognitive concepts or cognitive skills you need to know while using AI. So when we talked about cognitive, the cognitive cost of AI-assisted open source, right? What do you think? I mean, in the last couple of decades, we have seen what's called an imposter syndrome, right? I mean, who knows about imposter syndrome? Okay. Who knows about cognitive offloading? Yeah, cognitive offloading. Okay, I'm seeing a few hands. Okay, cognitive offloading, it's a concept that that you outsource your thinking to AI, just like the previous speaker talked about. But there is more to it, right? And yeah, open source has never been more accessible. Like, everyone can actually contribute. You can actually take a project, I don't know, maybe Cloud Code or any of the AI LLMs you can use to summarize some part of the project. And from there, you can understand what the project is all about. And you can just set something like, hey, Claude, can you find out a vulnerability in this project? Yes. Okay, can you make a fix? Yes. All right. Push the fix to the GitHub. I have made a contribution, right? But what's the metacognition behind that, right? Because open source, it's people that maintain it. It's humans, and they have emotions, right? Actually, there is a spike, or let me say, a load of AI slobs in open source right now. And a lot of people don't even understand the actual thing that they are pushing to those projects. And I picked out a meme that shows that everybody is now a 10x engineer, right? I just woke up one day and I can just code faster than I used to do, right? And I believe everyone can do that as long as you're an engineer and you're also contributing to open source. But the catch is not that, right? How is that affecting you as an engineer or someone who wants to learn, right? So that's what I'm going to go deep on. So I pick an interest on cognitive science, which is an art of understanding the human brain and how it works, and how you can sort of use that to your own advantage in this era of the AI that we are. There is this thing I sort of think about, is that we are not the generation that use AI. We are the generation that makes it better and build it for the next generation to use. And open source is a project that is going to, it's an ecosystem that is going to be from now, I don't know how long, but it's going to continue from now to 5, 10 years because every project have a history. Take a Bitcoin, for example. It has been built for, I think, almost 2 decades now, and it has history, it has emotions, it has crisis, it has fight, it has a lot of humans involved, it has a lot of knowledge that was put into Bitcoin, right, and other open source projects. And just a day, just like Kevin said, someone can just come and just push a code. So what's the cases in that, right? Because I believe everything has to be in the chronological structure, because you can't just come and just do it because you want to do it, right? And I'll tell you for a fact that the more you use AI, the less intelligent you become. I mean, who sort of figured that out? All right. Because the more you prompt AI, the less you even know how to prompt AI. Because you sort of have an idea and you just be like, oh, Gemini, I have an idea, and it's about lightning. Do you think I can do blah, blah, blah? You're like, oh, yeah, I know, yeah, you can do that. It's, and all of a sudden, like, it's, sorry. Sorry. So all of a sudden, it can just do that for you. And voila, it's an email you're replying. You just said, oh, can you just reply to this email? It's becoming easier and easier every day. And we're becoming lazy and lazy every day. That just don't affect your work. It affects your brain. Because how you think has changed. And I'm telling you the fact that there is research at MIT that shows that if you use AI for your tasks, like there's just tendency of like 20 to 10% or 5% of you remembering what you have done, right? So you have to put in your metacognition into whatever you're doing, building your own cognitive skills, understanding what your brain can and what cannot. I mean, I use AI not a lot, but I tend to be slow in it because I believe Bitcoin has been a slow system, right? A lot of people think like, why Bitcoin is not fast? But it's slow for a reason, right? It's not just, and for the open source builders, to be honest with everyone, open source does not reward speed. Oh, I just picked a PR today, and I just do it. The next thing I pushed it. Oh, I've worked on this. I mean, nobody's going to review that. It takes time, probably 6 months, 1 year, probably 2 years. I mean, there are people that have been working on Bitcoin for the Bitcoin ecosystem for 5 years. They have not even gotten one PR merged, right? Why? Because it does not reward speed. It rewards precision. You have to understand what you are doing first, because at that capacity, you can also contribute in conversations, right? In PRs, you can actually add on to someone's PR, not just the code, but the conversation. But if you don't understand anything, man, I don't know. So there's a simulation here, and like this is a normal stable human limit for open source, right? And then now we're having code-generated volume. Let's say, for example, this is like 20%, and this is what a human can actually do. So let's say I increase whatever a human can do to, let's say, 50%. You see now there's more PRs, right? And maintaining a project is not easy. It's like having a train that can stop at any point. And for a project like Bitcoin, it don't need to stop. It's a system that needs to keep running, because the moment it stops, it means not just about the Bitcoin, but about the projects, the people that relies on it, the software engineers that work on it, the freedom. I mean, Bitcoin is freedom, right? So what happened if it stopped, right? So now we're having this kind of rise, and to be honest, it's not even fair for the maintenance, right? So, yeah. So I've talked about these few things, and when you look back, let's say 2 decades, AI have not started eating or infecting our own brains today, right? Our brains has been affected since day one. Writing, I mean, everybody right here, that's the basic thing you need to do when you're in school, right? Writing is also a concept that affects your metacognition. Because if I know I can write something, why do I need to remember it, right? I don't need to remember it, I'll just write it. It's fine, I'll just have it in my pocket, and I don't need to remember that. And that, it's cognitive offloading. You like offload your own thing to the paper, and you can just take it anytime. And then calculators as well. Bro, as small as plus by plus minus, whatever, sometimes I just decide to use the calculator because I don't want to stress myself. I mean, this is not the first day. And there are a lot of people that, because of that, they've become bad at math because of the calculator. And you can use it even in exams, I believe. When I was in school, it's allowed to use a calculator, right? And the GPS, I'll give you an analogy, like when the US decided to make GPS public to the people to use. There was a research that has been conducted on that specific, this GPS release, right? It's become a system for ride-hailing companies to emerge, like Uber and other Bolts and a lot of these ride-hailing companies that we use today. If not because of the GPS, it won't be available today for people to use, for you and I to be able to go to point A, point B. I mean, there are taxis, but at the time, there was a crisis with the taxis and the Uber drivers. Like, what the fuck are you doing taking our jobs, right? What are you doing taking our jobs? And the taxi drivers are like, we know the cities. You don't know the city, you just come, you have a car, and you can drive around the city. That is not fair. So it feels like everybody's taking their job, but it's an innovation. You have to adapt. It's something that everyone needs it, right? As you can see, this is an innovation that not just change lives, but also improve lives, right? And team with AI. It's a system that's going to help us, but we have to be cautious of how we use those that AI system, the LLM, right? And for humans, like I said, it affects not just how you talk, how you do things, it's your brain, right? The more you don't use your brain to think, the more smaller your brain becomes, and the more harder for you to think and do small tasks, simple tasks that you needed yourself to do. So I have a question for everyone, right? What do you want for your own kid? Do you want them to grow up, you've seen their dad or mom using AI to take care of them? Asking ChatGPT, my child is crying, how do I take care of him? Because at some point, if we're not using our brain, honestly, it's going to be like that. Small tasks, you like, ChatGPT. Oh, how many of us sort of reply to conversations with ChatGPT? Don't be shy. I mean, I'm a victim, so definitely I just feel like, oh, this person is saying this. What should I just say? But I tend to run away from that thing. It's not bad to use it, but use your cognitive thinking to do it, and then you can just say, oh, just figure out this thing for me. I'm struggling with it. Like Kevin said, use it as a companion. I see AI as a coach. Whenever I'm doing something, I use it as a coach. I don't use it as, I don't want it to do the thing for me. Just coach me on how I'm going to do it. And believe me, it's changed how I even code, right? I checked every line of code. Everything I'm doing, I'm very careful, and I know what I need. Even if it said, oh, I put this, and I don't need it, I just reject it. And I checked what I've done, and I have, review it later. And then there's this thing I do. I create an empty file at the end of every project I'm working on, and I just ask the AI to summarize whatever we have done in a very concise way, all the things we have changed, right? For me to understand, even if I'm missing something. So when I come back to that code, I first check the file. I know what I'm working on. I know the next steps. I know what I need to do. And I have my own to-dos for the next future, for the next thing I'm going to work on. That just changed how I use everything, right? It finished, update this file of whatever we've done. I check it later. I come back. We continue from where we are. I don't want that the AI has some reasoning. I don't want it. I want my own reasoning. I want my own input to make decisions for my project, for my code. And for open source project, for every line of code that you push, it is not the maintainers code, it's yours. It becomes your own right. Yeah? And anyone who decided to work and change your own code, you can defend it. Right? So that's your own right because it's open source. So I think I don't have much in my slide because the hardest part is sort of setting up the slide. But let me bring the slide back at this. So like I said, I built some couple simulations around to show you what it means to, right? So this is when you copy an AI without effort, right? Your understanding is just 5% of what that thing means. And then AI-assisted code with review, which is the thing I do to review, check, make sure that everything works. And that retention rate is around 40% for your own metacognition for your own cognition to remember whatever you've done. And yeah, so high effort, high remembrance. Your brain is going to function. So the technology a whole, it's something worth celebrating because it has reduced time, improved software engineers' life, and even the non-engineers to, build and also contribute. But yeah, I talked about the maintenance, but let's talk about the work mostly that they're doing, right? There's something you don't see that is just in the surface for you to look at, but there's a lot underneath, right? I have a diagram that shows an iceberg. I don't know if everyone can see it. So this is what you see when you want to start. This is what the maintainer see. And every maintainer is sort of it's sort of like the shield that holds an open source project, right? If there's a one maintainer and they decide to leave, as you can see in my meme here, the project falls down. So that little task, that little things that you do, it's what holds the project. If you're a new contributor, think of yourself as a maintainer when you're trying to push a code. How will the maintainer feels when you send this thing? Is this just a slop or another AI generated code, right? So when these guys are overwhelmed, they won't know how to maintain this project. Because I believe GitHub Action, it helps a lot, mostly in open source project, because it helps the project to validate some things. And also if there's a test, if something hasn't passed, then that means there's an issue. So it's left for the maintainer to like look at what you pushed in and make sure like everything is fine. And yeah, I believe in Bitcoin, I'm not sure. There are not up to 5 maintainers that maintain the whole stack. So as you are trying to push in your code, think of yourself as a maintainer, right? So yeah, I think we talked about this. So yeah. I think we talked about this. Yep. So while my time, I think I still have time. And I'll ask the audience, because I've explained a bit of cognitive offloading, metacognition, and some sort of things. So if you have any question or you want to hear more, since I have a bit of time, I would like to share and answer the questions. Yeah.
Sean, even as you talk about cognitive offloading, particularly in the event that, for example, if we talk about payment structures, you'll find like, for example, like if we're adopting Bitcoin, we are skipping the debit card, credit card phase, right? We've already gone into mobile money phase, right? So now, from your discussion, does it mean we kind of like have to go back, experience the card phase and all that, even as we try to develop and even leapfrog? Because I believe even as we use AI, yes, it doesn't answer everything, but if we kind of like adopt it early, we already see places where it's not connecting everything, and we can build for that. So I think being specific is how much of a balance should we have as we kind of leapfrog or use both technologies. Yeah.
Thank you for that question. I think AI is a tool. You have to take it as a tool, not your friend, not... I think ChatGPT tried to make it as human as possible when having a conversation with the chat. It makes you feel like, you know, we are friends, but it's not. I think AI is the first thing that that refactor reasoning itself, but it's not human, right? It's not that thing that you have, it does not have. So we're not saying that, of course, if you want to learn something, you have to understand what's the history. Because every project you want to contribute in open source, you have to understand the history, right? The people behind it. Because let me give you an example. Coding, programming is not going to be dead, right? Even if it becomes easy, right? Open source is going to remain in the next 5 years. Why? Because it has history, it has people, and there are codes from the day Satoshi pushed the code, that still remains, right? So if you want to learn and understand what Bitcoin is, you have to go back. You can use AI to go back as a coach, as a senior software engineer that have already worked on Bitcoin, because I think you can just create a skills and give an LLM a skills, right? Act as your software engineer and so and so with so much experience, right? So using that mechanism, you can go back in time. What takes six months, 1 year, you can do it in 2 months, 1 month. As long as you're going to put the time and effort. That's why from the beginning I said open source is not easy, right? It's not just something you just open and then have merged a PR. I'm really happy, right? It's not. So you have to understand the culture, the people. There are some maintainers that are very aggressive. You just send something, they're like, what is this? Why are you putting this? Can you explain this better? You get, I don't like this. I feel this is not. You understand? There's some level of consensus that need to be met. And the maintainer has to feel that this is okay. That, okay, I can match this project to the code base. So if you want to understand, you have to go back in time to learn and understand the processes. If not, I mean, you don't even own the code then, because you can't even defend it. I don't know if that answered the question.
More of like, even as the tech gets better, right? Because you see, as it gets better, we're getting new kind of problems or new kinds of issues, right? For example, now I'm looking at it from the version of technology as a whole. We used to walk, we had horses, we are somehow ending up towards like driverless cars, right? So as we say that we still have to understand the manual part of things, right? The question I'm trying to figure out is, what's the balance in terms of, for example, like now if we look at our phones are kind of like touch, right? Very few people are using telephone booths.
Yeah, I think I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Your answer is choice, right? I mean, choice is an underrated word, I don't know, but it's a powerful word, right? You made your choice of balancing, right? I said, if you want to retain your own metacognition, that's thinking of thinking, right? You have to understand the level of things you can go. Because believe me or not, you can go and check, there are a lot of research about metacognition on how offloading can shrink your brain, right? Because I think in cognitive science, there's something cognitive restructuring. Well, even if you structure your own thinking, like your own memory, your own remembrance, the way you remember things, you structure it in a way that suits what you can absorb, right? So your answer is choice. Whatever you choose for yourself, it's yours, right? There are things that we don't really have choice but to adapt, but it's still left to you to know how you can walk yourself around. You understand? Because, yeah, like I said, I'll repeat, the more you use AI, it makes you less intelligent, right? So you made the choice yourself of, if I want to be more intelligent or I want to be better than 98 or 80% of the people, right? So, choice. Anyone?
Check, check, check. Yes, my name is Tony from Huddle Huddle, and I want to kind of build up on this idea because I understand cognitive offloading. We become more silly, less developed. And at the same time, I was just imagining if now the AI models are not developed enough, right? Like we discussed, they don't have the context, they make mistakes, they're very agreeable. Do you think that in time, let's say 5-10 years, AI improves super, super well? So I can be like, hey, I have idea, Lightning wallet, make no mistake, go. And then it creates amazing wallet, and it's really like, let's say, perfect for, you know, security, privacy, everything is great. And then I can use this time to read books, to do introspection, you know, so like, I wonder if it's possible that with time, like, what I mean is just like, we cannot fully offload now because we need to use our reasoning. But with time, do you think it's possible that we can actually just say simple commands, the AI will understand, do everything flawlessly, and then I'm not going to get less intelligent because I can use this time to, I don't know, you know, develop myself in different ways?
Okay, I also do this. I don't know if many people do that. I use ChatGPT, but not as a text LLM. I use it as a voice LLM. I don't chat with ChatGPT. I talk to ChatGPT. Because when you talk to ChatGPT, there's this, I don't know, way that it responds to you that it's not just like text you get, just like you said. I mean, when you look back 10 years back, where were we? Literally, like, code is difficult. Like, if you are a senior engineer, you are like top, like anywhere you go, you're going to get a good payment. And to be honest with you, at this point, when I meet someone and he said, oh, I'm a software engineer, I'm like, oh, yeah, another LLM user, vibe coder and all of that. That's what just popped into my head. You don't impress me when you're a software engineer. I feel like I don't even say I'm a software engineer now. I just feel like I'm just a guild master. Something that I just feels like it's my passion to share knowledge around. Let me just do that. You get, in 10 years from now, I mean, yeah, you speak to AI. But to be honest, I don't know what 10 years is going to be for us. Because at the rate that this AI, whatever it's going, I don't even know. That's why I said we are not the generation that will use AI. We're the generation that will build it, right? So in the next 10 years, what I'm seeing, what I see is that your intelligence, it's the intelligence to do things, the intelligence to speak, the intelligence to do something yourself is going to be more valuable than whoever. Like you said, build me a Lightning wallet. And it does. Security and everything is fine, right? Everybody can do that. So who are you going to impress with that? Nobody. I believe I am a victim of the moment I see its services, I want to build my own. I just say, oh, I want to build this. At least 1 hour, I'll build a registration platform. I don't need to use Notion to handle my company. I can just vibe code that, and it does well. I have my own database. I don't have a problem. Those services are no longer needed for me. I'm having a workshop. I need people to register. I just open my laptop and I vibe code a form, and it has a database. And whoever just sign up, I have his data. So now I don't need to use Luma to sign up. I believe this workshop was not used with there was no any external registration platform that was involved. It was pure in-house, right? So you're seeing that the moment I see something and I just can build it, I'll just build it. I can build my own Lightning wallet and use it. Pay for my things. There are a lot of services. There are Breeze SDK. There's Arc. There are a lot of those things out there that you can use easily and just vibe code, right? The only thing I see that's not going to change is money, right? Money is not going to change, but AI is changing. So I think we had a conversation with Femi yesterday, and he said, if you're making a contribution in Lightning, for example, are you just making the contribution, or are you talking to people that needed that contribution? So when you talk to people, you find out that you have gotten more value, more direction to the open source project that you want to contribute. I was struggling with Fediment. I'm contributing to Fediment. I was struggling for 3-4 months to understand because the complexity, despite the fact that I'm using AI. But I don't want to use it at the extent that the moment I do something, I've forgotten it. I have to go back to check the code again. No, I want to know that, okay, everything, the moment you talked about this, I remember, right? It takes me approximately like 5 months to like get a grasp of everything. But when I get and understand everything, to contribute now, it's a difficult thing because a lot of people has already made contributions. What am I going to add? What is there for me to add? You understand? Then I was like, okay, there's a problem. Let me build a product and use it and have other people use it. 1 week, I've gotten like 3 issues that I needed to fix. Then everything makes sense. You get? So it's not just about the contributing that you're doing, because we so-called focus on technical part, and I don't know. Some people focus on maybe they wanted to get grant and they wanted to fix this so fast. No, it's the people who are using this product need that fix that you're working on. If they need it, then yeah, go ahead and have your own proposal and make it happen. Not just for you, not just for the technical part, but for the people that are using it, because that's how you make the project better. So, I don't know. Anyone got a question? Okay.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Sadiq in the building. Did you tell them which country you came in from? No, you did not. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the next topic. Like I said, the title of this conversation is Amazing One. And it's so funny because we're talking about open source. But this guy is here. His name is Alex, and he'll be talking to us about open source is dead. A round of applause for Alex, ladies and gentlemen.
Jumbo. All right, let me get my screens. All right. Okay. Yes. All right. Open source is dead. A couple of months ago, this tweet went viral. The creator of Cal.com announced that they are going closed source. They blamed AI, Claude Mythos specifically, saying that it was too easy to hack open source code bases. Clickbait. Bitcoin is dead. Yada yada, so on and so forth. But I was surprised to see so many people were giving into this. So let's talk about it. Open source is dead? Open source is my way of life. I use Graphene OS. I use Linux. I boycott closed source software. And I've spent a lot of time building open source software to fill the missing gaps, especially in social media and AI. Why do I care so much? It's about control. If you're not in control of the tech is in control of you. They can take it away from you. You can become dependent on it, and then they can take it away from you. You'll be set back, your time wasted. You'll have to relearn how to do it all again, or you'll just give up. Art of war. For example, I recently learned that a Palestinian aid coalition had their spreadsheet shut down by Microsoft. And now their whole operation is halted, possibly for good, and thousands of people are left unheard. Not being in control can have real consequences. And you all remember the drama of GPT-4o last year? People really didn't like GPT-5's new asshole personality. One group in particular, the R My Boyfriend is AI community on Reddit, were crestfallen. These people had fallen in love with the AI model, and then a company took it away from them. It's weird, I know. Dystopian even. It's science fiction playing out in real life. But I'm sympathetic. It's wrong that companies like OpenAI wield so much power that they can empower people in their hearts and in their souls. And of course, I would be remiss not to mention the latest news, Claude Fable, the AI model that was released last week and then got censored by the US government. Oh, were you using that? Not anymore. What happened to Fable proves that open source matters now more than ever. Open source models can't be taken away by governments or corporations. It's about ownership and control. You can control what you own. You can't control what you don't own. Closed source is owned by one person or corporation. Open source is owned by everyone. It's owned by you. AI can finally deliver on the original promise of open source to the masses. The freedom to change the program and make it do what you wish. That was written in Richard Stallman's initial 4 freedoms, but it was something that only recently became accessible to everyone. And access to the source code is a precondition for this. The OSI is not slacking on this. You can read their definition on open source AI to learn more. It's very similar to the Free Software Foundation's definition of free software adapted to AI models. And they have some good recommendations too. I recommend GLM, but you can visit their website to see some of the open models that are available. So why are people saying that open source is dead? Do they mean something else? Do they just think GitHub sucks now because AI is changing the way we build software and GitHub hasn't caught up? But that's completely different from the issue of control. And by the way, GitHub was never open source. Do they just mean everything will be replaced by slop because open source maintainers are drowning in slop PRs? Maybe what they mean is that a lot of the existing unpolished alternatives are totally cooked now. That one I agree with. Things like WeCan, Rocket Chat, Mastodon, years of work went into that human slop. But now a good designer with AI can do it 10x better in a couple of days. So they're either going to get steamrolled by better solutions, or companies are just going to make their own. This is not against open source, though. If anything, it's a major win for us. Open source will finally be usable to the masses. It seems inevitable that there will be a good open source alternative to everything that matters. But no, none of these things, to my surprise, these are not what people are talking about. The guy in the cal.com tweet had something very specific, and it was about security. Security is like an open source 101 argument. No, we're going to get hacked if we release the source code. The root of which, of course, is fear. Long before AI, people were always scared that sharing the code would make them vulnerable. It's been a major reason that companies argued against open source from the beginning. So they would be in good company with Microsoft, for example, who ran a campaign arguing that Windows was more secure than Linux. It was widely mocked because the studies were paid for by Microsoft. Steve Ballmer infamously said, "Linux is a cancer that attaches itself in an intellectual property sense to everything it touches." In the leaked Halloween documents, Microsoft admitted the opposite of what they said publicly, though. That open source software was actually high quality and simply amazing. Open source matters too much to give into this fear-mongering. Open source actually does still matter in 2026, despite the fact AI exists, and despite the hot takes against it on Twitter. The issue of control is still very real. Richard Stallman even pushed the phrase software freedom to hone in on this issue specifically, and it's still true. Studies have shown that open source makes projects less secure. Studies have shown that open source makes software more secure. The results are conflicting, but I don't think it really matters. What matters is bravery. If your project is vulnerable, it's vulnerable. It's vulnerable either way. Would you rather feel the pain now or delay the pain until later? Personally, I would rather feel the pain now. I would rather duel my opponent and defeat or be defeated and have nothing hanging over me. For security, all closed source does is buys you time, and it might not even buy you that. There's no guarantee. But you can create a line of defense. Have AI do a security audit of your code base. This is the exact same thing that an attacker would do. You have access to the same tools, so do it first. Here's an example of a type of prompt that you can run. But AI is so good now. Can't you use it to create everything around you? Can't everyone just vibe code their own operating system, their own apps, their own communication platforms? Then everything you touch will be yours and it not need be anyone else's. Will the future be so automated and so heavily customized that people can think their dreams into existence and nothing will ever hold people back again? For that to happen, the best AI models will have to be open, which they are not showing any signs of doing unless forced. We will still be at the whims of our AI overlords, and that is the biggest fight on the front lines of open source right now. I'll add to it that people are not done innovating. AI can do a lot, but it struggles at the edges of human discovery. Sharing is still essential. It enables replication. It could be markdown documents, but code is better, and a good markdown document would contain code anyway. Reproducibility matters for sharing. It matters for the advancement of the human race. It also matters a lot in the hypothetical world where everybody can customize everything, because the social layer will be protocolized into technologies like Nostr and Bitcoin. These are areas that people are still actively evolving. AI can write the code perfectly if you tell it the right way, but it doesn't know the right way because we're still experimenting. In the future, it could know these things, but only if humans solve them and publish the solutions. Is open source dead? Well, in this past year, our team has published dozens of open source apps, libraries, and tools. Last year, we created Shakespeare, an open source AI app builder, which we then use to create apps like Ditto and Agora and more, many of the ones that you see on the screens here, all built on the Nostr protocol and ready for the hyper-personalized future. When you use Shakespeare, Nostr's latest innovations are built in, so the AI already knows the best way to do it. It's constantly evolving. I created Shakespeare because I don't want to give in to our new AI overlords. And it's been used as the jumping off point for all of the other stuff we've built this year. We built Ditto, the ultimate Nostr clients. You can view everything on Nostr in one place. You can adopt a blobby virtual pet. Because Ditto is open source, an independent group forked it to create a kid-friendly Nostr client called Kubo. Leaf is a Nostr virtual postcard app. Leaf postcards are in Ditto too. We built Leaf first and then ported it to Ditto by telling AI to look at Leaf's source code. We do this all the time. The source code matters. This is a new development methodology. Treasures is a game where people hide things in the real world and post them on Nostr. Then people use the map to find them. SB lets you capture sentimental moments of color and share it on Nostr. Birdstar lets you collect birds by their sound and share them on Nostr. You can draw constellations in the stars too. Blobby Island lets you take your blobby from Ditto on an adventure. Nostr Hub lets developers collaborate on the Nostr protocol. Agora is a Bitcoin crowdfunding platform, not to be confused with the other Agora, by the way. This is a new one that we built, connecting people in need to payments across borders, including a Bitcoin wallet with silent payments that we've built into it. These are just a few of the things that we've built and open source this year. Is open source dead? Does it seem dead to you? I don't know. Open source has the opportunity for the greatest renaissance it's ever seen. Closed source is dead. All right, I have a 30-minute time slot, I think, and that was 12 minutes, so I got plenty of time for questions or arguments or however you'd like to do it. Come at me, bro. Or praise, I'll accept your praise too. We have a microphone problem. Yeah, we need an open source microphone, please. It's about control.
Microphone was almost dead. Yeah. I'm glad to see how the presentation has evolved. My friends and I were about to cook you down. I'm not even kidding. But I think it's an interesting topic in a sense of there's a project that we are building open source. And I remember when contributing into this project, we had to think what your code is going to affect. For instance, don't commit env files. A lot of personal projects, especially because no one's going to access your code, you can get away with a lot of things. But when it's open source, it's open to critique. And I think now that we have AI, it's able to find, let's say, these holes, especially in open source projects. So given that, because for most of open source projects, it's mostly just people and rarely, or maybe there are AI in some instances, do you think it is is it okay to have, let's say, AI that was just lately been developed and most of it is being trained by this open source code? Do you think it's, let's say, correct to have AI review, let's say, such open source projects? Because again, given how AI has evolved and how code was written before, there was a margin for error. I think that's why most of open source projects are making them closed, because now we have AI and it can easily find errors within minutes, and because it's internet, any errors found within minutes can be manipulated by billions of people at the same time.
Yeah, I think to some degree that's always been true. Like, when the source code is available, yeah, people can figure out vulnerabilities in it more easily. But that's actually beneficial in many ways to us, because it depends on who finds it, right? If an attacker finds it, then it's detrimental. But if a friend finds it, then they can patch it before an attacker can. But that's always been the case before AI. What AI just in general has done is accelerated everything. But I think we're not at the end of acceleration yet. I think that it's going to get to a point where, like, it's not going to make that much of a difference to your security. That the gap is closing, I think, to where people will be able to exploit closed source, with no more difficulty than they can open source. So I think that by making it closed source for the sake of security, all that you're buying is time. That's my opinion of it.
Okay, I think my question was, yes, you're buying yourself time, but do you think, okay, even if it was open source,
yeah,
for some of these vulnerabilities, we wouldn't find it until like 10 years to come. And because of AI, that's accelerated, it's found within minutes.
Right.
And I think it's the main reason why open source is becoming closed source, because how fast AI is finding errors is 10 times more than how fast the maintainers can actually patch the errors. So how do you think is now the best way to go around it? Because like, I think the previous speaker just that was there,
yeah.
for open source projects, it takes you like months, sometimes even years, to get a PR like reviewed and merged. And if it's a sense of, it's fast to find errors, but it's significantly longer to patch the error and have it like rolled out. So it's sort of like a weird situation, but how do you propose for open source projects how they should handle such cases?
I guess it depends a lot on what the project is, right? Like if it's a project on the web, I don't really see any reason why you shouldn't be able to deploy that version like immediately upon fix. Like maybe there's a bureaucracy problem, maybe it's like distribution problem, right? Like maybe if it's an operating system, it's harder to get the new version out quickly. So yeah, I can see that, but I mean, I think that the task for maintainers is to be constantly scanning their own code in the same way that an attacker would be. And when you're in the open source ecosystem, when there's things like libraries that multiple groups depend on, right? Like there can be multiple companies or people or organizations that depend on one piece of code. That's an argument in favor of using these battle-tested libraries, because then people are putting resources into making sure, like, you know, this Bitcoin NPM package or whatever is free of vulnerabilities, because all of these organizations depend on it, and we have pulled together to be scanning for security issues on this. So I think the open source model of sharing lends itself already very well to this if you are aware of these things and thinking about them and not just generating slop. You know, if you're not thinking about the code at all, then I think that is a similar trap. And it does still matter to have a technical point of view and to be an engineer. Yeah. Does that?
Yeah, that's reasonable in a way.
Thank you.
I think also the process is something that open source maintainers are going to have to change. I mean, run and scan your AI before you push it.
Yep.
I think we need to adapt to this new system. So it should be git commit, scan, and like, or even scan before you commit. Like these things will become built into the tools that we're using. Like right now, I can't remember the last time I wrote a commit by hand. The AI writes the commits. So then you have the AI write the commit, scan the commit, look for any issues in it, and then patch the fix right there, and then write a new commit pushing that fix, scan again, and repeat until it's solved.
AI security review in this CD process.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi. Really
Hello.
enjoyed your talk. So my question is specific to the AI models. You mentioned the GPT-4 getting closed down, and then the latest one about Claude Fable 5.
Yep.
So regarding Claude, according to Anthropic, right, Mythos has been ready since, but because it was very capable, they kept it under wraps until Project Glasswing, and they had all these other companies, you know, patch up the vulnerabilities and stuff like that. I know we do have other models like the DeepSeek model and Kimi, which is probably a bit on par with Fable, or who knows. I haven't tried it personally. But yeah, when you have powerful models like this open sourced, it makes it more dangerous because people with malicious intent can then take advantage of the power of these models to cause havoc on, you know, the web and stuff like that. My question is, how do we go about this in the sense of making open source models, in the sense of making AI models open source to battle our AI overloads?
Yeah, great question. I mean, what I get from it also is just general fear of like, of AI being able to destroy the world. Like even beyond like being able to hack stuff, like AI operating nuclear weapons or something like that. Humans are operating nuclear weapons right now, so you know, if you look at what are the things that are potentially going to destroy the world, AI is up there. Human pressing a button is also up there, maybe even a little higher, and you know, they keep these models under wraps because they're afraid of, you know, what if the model gets into the hands of terrorists and they use it to build a bomb or whatever. Arguably, the bombs are already in the hands of terrorists and they can push the button at any moment. So I don't know. These are really big questions. You know, it has to come with a little bit of cognitive dissonance, I think, and with a little bit of not knowing the future. And that's where I'm at with it, because you know, there's in these really big sort of thoughts too, like, and Fable is not really comparable to the open source models either. They're so far away. The Anthropic models are borderline sentient, and the open source models are like, okay, I can tell that you're AI, and that's a problem too, because it's so much power concentrated in the hands of these AI companies, and it forces us to be reliant on them, because it's like, okay, well, the attacker is going to be attacking us using Claude Fable. They're going to figure out the vulnerabilities. So now we're forced to use Claude Fable to detect the vulnerabilities. Otherwise, we can't defend. So we're not even in a position where we can afford to use the open source model. So I don't really have a good answer for the bigger question that you're asking. You know, it's a valid concern.
Yeah, thank you.
Great conversations.
Last question.
For the sake of argument, if we're in or entering an era where it's very easy to just for anyone to vibe themselves an X, what are the arguments for or maybe against there being mature open source projects, perhaps funded projects, that make an X?
I don't think there's anything against that.
Please answer in the voice of an experienced open source practitioner. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean that's basically the position that I'm in. You know, all of these things that I showed you guys, we've been funded by grants in the Bitcoin space to be able to maintain these things, and this one is our version of X, right? So you know, I don't think that it's necessarily that you just snap your fingers overnight at this point. Like this is still months of work. And also, even once we're in the hyper-personalized world, we need protocols. And so all of this stuff that we built is built on Nostr, and that itself also needs funding and sustainability and growth and, you know, people who are maintaining it, because that is the basis for which all of these things connect together. Like you're not going to be able to create a hyper-personalized version of X unless you can talk to other people. Nobody wants to be talking in a social media alone. The whole point of it is not to be, right? Humans are social. So I don't really view there being a super hyper-personalized world to the degree to where everyone is completely cut off from each other, right? So there will need to be some shared tooling and protocols between each other. Does that answer your question? Cool, thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be kicking off the hackathon. Kickoff is happening very soon, but it has to be like a joint thing. So Alex was able to finish on time. That's why we are here. Shout out to Alex, please. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Most speakers just keep talking and talking, but he was. Meanwhile, your slides. Oh, a round of applause for her then. Yeah, no. They delivered a lot. So we're done, but all other stages are going to come here, so we could have the hackathon kickoff. So you don't have to go anywhere. Just enjoy yourselves, say hi, do one or twos, and I'll be right back.
Hey, Nifty.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. How's the first day of the conference for you?
It's been incredible. Wow. I wasn't expecting to see this many amazing talks at the open source edition, but you guys have really pulled out the stops. So congratulations on our first day of incredible talks at Bitcoin ++ open source. Are you guys ready to write some code? Yeah. Alex, are you ready to write some code?
No, but I'm ready to watch my clanker write some code.
Okay. What are we here kicking off today?
Let's kick off the official hackathon. Are you ready?
Let's go.
First, a bit of background. If you've never been to a hackathon before, a hackathon is actually a misnomer. We're not hacking into anything. A hackathon is really more like a build-a-thon. So hackathons are competitions to build something with technology. Typically, they're 24 to 48 hours, and ours today is going to be 24 hours. We host them at every Bitcoin ++ conference, and the vibe is that it's an all-out sprint to build in a short amount of time. So, super exciting.
Vibe coding, what's that, Alex?
Yeah, well, in this day and age, nobody is writing code anymore. If you're actually using your hands to type in a keyboard, then you are a total old person. So, we are going to be vibe coding, which means that now, you don't actually have to be a software engineer to participate in the hackathon. Every single person here can ship an entire project during the hackathon. So we're going to show you how to do that. There's a million different tools that you can use for AI coding. You could try Bolt.new, Claude Code, Cursor IDE, Vercel v0, Replit Agents, Shakespeare, and Codex. Actually, one of our sponsors here at Bitcoin ++ is Soapbox, which is, we're super happy to have them, and they build freedom-focused vibe coding tools. So we're going to do a little bit of a demo of showing how to vibe code using Shakespeare. So to demonstrate how to vibe code, we're going to build a project from start to finish right now on stage with all of you watching together. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up shakespeare.diy, and let's see what the project is going to be. So I had this idea for a FOSS-focused project. So I want to build a fun online experience that helps users turn their software into open source. So users will upload a proprietary-looking code snippet to a web app, choose an open source license, hit a big FOSSify button, and then the app will animate the code breaking out of a locked box and stamp it with a license, thus giving the user confidence that their software is now completely free and open source. Make sense? All right, so let's grab this prompt right here. Let's copy the whole thing and go to Shakespeare. And then we're going to paste it inside Shakespeare. And we're going to see what it builds. We're going to hit go.
This doesn't look like hacking.
This is what hacking looks like in a post-AI world. So
Alex, am I allowed to do this for the hackathon? This seems like cheating.
you are heavily encouraged to use tools like this. So we want people to build solutions to problems. It's not about typing all the code yourself. So right now, this is spinning up the project. Does anybody here have their favorite vibe coding tool? Shout out your favorite vibe coding tool. I heard Claude. I heard Lovable. Lovable's pretty cool. Copilot. Very nice. Very nice. Hostinger. Very, very good. What is that?
I've heard stories
Fable?
about this mythical Fable.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fable is not accessible by anybody.
It's just a story these days, yeah. Once upon a time. We got a blank app. What's that, Alex?
Right now, Shakespeare is building our app from
Still
start to
building.
finish. So this is just the landing page.
Okay, here's a question. If it's building, is it considered one of my teammates?
You do not have to give any credit to your clanker. That's one of the
Wow.
amazing things. Your clanker can do all the work, and you can take all of the credit.
I don't know. Okay.
Cool. Lisa, do you have any experience vibe coding?
Yes, I started vibe coding about 6 weeks ago.
Yeah?
And now there's an entire conference management platform, btc++.dev/dashboard. Check it out. It's pretty cool.
Incredible.
Thanks.
All right, this is going to clank for a while, but it's going to spit out an amazing project that we'll go back to in a moment.
I use Codex, though, so.
Very nice. In addition, Soapbox has been so generous to help support Vibe coders. You can try to use Shakespeare yourself, but they've also offered to give everybody access to Open Router tokens for free. So if you check the Telegram, there's going to be an API key to use Open Router in there with a ton of credits attached. So you guys should be able to use that. If you have problems, just message in the Telegram and the people at Soapbox will get back to you. There's also a workshop that the Soapbox team is going to be giving, or has already given. They already gave it, but the slides are going to be on the dev post, which you'll see. So you can check that out for guidance on how to use the Open Router API key.
I have a question for the audience here. Who thinks they're going to win the hackathon? Me. Oh, wow. Okay. Great. It's good to see. Everyone else, I'm sorry, you can go home now. It's still working, Alex.
It's still working.
Should we talk about the time requirements for the hackathon? We already did that.
Let's
We
go
have
back to
24
this.
hours. What if my clanker's still working while when it's time to present?
Then you'll present what you got.
I got it,
because there's a deadline. But okay, while this is going, we'll show this at the end. Let's talk about some housekeeping for the hackathon. So first, the most important platform for the hackathon will be DevPost. So I recommend that everybody scans this QR code right now or go to foss.devpost.com. That is foss.devpost.com. This is our submission platform. So what you need to do is there's 2 steps. You have to register for the hackathon, which is effectively creating an account, and then you have to submit your project. So again, there's 2 steps: registering for the hackathon and submitting your project. We will not get your submission until after you've done the second step of submitting your project. So DevPost contains all of the details for the hackathon, including all the things we're about to go over. It has the schedule, it has the challenges, and again, you really need to get your submission in. So we recommend submitting early. The submissions themselves actually won't be judged. We're going to do all the judging for the hackathon in person. We're just using DevPost to collect the submissions and assign winners eventually.
Alex, do I need to know what I'm building before I submit?
Great question. No, as soon as you have your team formed, you can immediately make your DevPost submission. You can update the DevPost submission up until the hackathon deadline, and all we really care about is your project's name there. Nothing else really matters. So make sure it's submitted with the right name, and that's it.
You can also find the rules about the hackathon on the DevPost, right?
Yeah, the rules, the challenges, the timeline, everything. All right, everybody scan this. Another very important link is our Telegram. So you can scan this QR code to join the BTC++ Telegram for any live information that will be delivered throughout the hackathon, including reminders about deadlines, as well as when finalists get announced, they will be announced in this Telegram. So very important that you are in the Telegram. Amazing. Cool. Moving on to our prizes and challenges. This is the fun part. Nifty, would you like to describe how our hackathon is formatted?
I would love to describe it. So for the Bitcoin++ first ever open source hackathon, our main competition is called open-ended. So there's going to be a first, a second, and a third prize, overall prize handed out. Anything involving Bitcoin or open source is fair game. But bonus points, it is both Bitcoin and open source, so part of the FOSS ecosystem. First, everyone who enters the hackathon will be entered the general category to be judged for first, second, and third. In addition to the open first, second, and third category, we also have some bonus challenges with their own prizes.
Amazing. So yeah, does that make sense, guys? Like every single submission is going to be in the running for the top overall best project, and that'll be first, second, third. But there's also these optional bonus challenges that some sponsors have proposed, and those have additional prizes. A common question is, can you win both one of the sponsored challenges and the overall best prize? Yes, you can. So there's no downside to going for all of the bonus or sponsored challenges. You should go for as many as you possibly can so you can win the most number of prizes.
They're kind of like side quests, right?
Exactly. You can still complete the main quest if you're going after side quests.
So let's get into it. We have 8,420,000 Satoshis in cash prizes and
And a whopping 27 million Satoshis
Wow.
and in-kind prizes, such as conference tickets and other prizes.
and merch.
Exactly. Wielding a whopping 35,420,000 Satoshi
Total
prize pool.
prize pool. Let's go.
So let's see how that's broken down.
So first place, so winning first overall, will get 2.5 million sats plus tickets to a future Bitcoin Plus Plus conference. Second place will get 1.5 million Satoshis and tickets to an upcoming Bitcoin Plus Plus conference of your choice. And third place will get 1 million Satoshis and Bitcoin Plus Plus tickets, again, to the upcoming conference of your choice. And then for our honorable mentions, we will have up to 6 of them at the judge's discretion. And these will get Bitcoin Plus Plus tickets.
Incredible.
Sounds like everyone's coming back to Bitcoin Plus Plus. It's gonna be
That's
very
right.
exciting. So again, all projects are automatically considered for any of these prizes. You don't have to do anything special. You just have to make sure that you submit your project on the dev post before the deadline.
Incredible.
So what are our side quests, Alex?
The first prize is Best Beginner Hack. So, winning free tickets to future Bitcoin Plus events. This is a prize that is only eligible for teams where each and every member is a first-time contributor to open source Bitcoin. This means that if you've never done this before and you're intimidated by all of the seasoned veterans in the room, there is a prize you can still win, just for people that that this is their first time contributing to Bitcoin open source. If you have one person on the team that's done this before, your team is not a beginner team. So every single person on the team has to be a beginner to be eligible for this prize.
I'm gonna win that one. Sorry.
Great. Does a member from the Soapbox team want to come up and talk about your prize?
Hello, everyone. I'm MK from Team Soapbox. We have a 1 million sats prize for the best project built with a Soapbox tool. That includes Shakespeare, which we will hopefully see a cool result from. You can build an app with Shakespeare, win the prize from that, or you can use any other tool or app that Soapbox has built as your starting point. If you go to soapbox.pub, you can find our full toolbox. You can find all of the apps we've built. So this also includes Ditto. If you want, you can fork Ditto. You can add a feature to Ditto. Any building on top of our tools will count, and we will be judging based on that. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Also, again, Soapbox is offering a ton of credits for Open Router. So again, check the Telegram for that API key. Moving on, our friends at Btrust have a couple of challenges. First is the best contribution to free and open source Bitcoin. So for the team that makes the most meaningful PR to an existing open source Bitcoin project during the hackathon will win 1 million Satoshis. So, yeah, amazing. So a common question is, can you make a feature of an existing project into your hackathon project? Yes, absolutely. If you want to fork Bitcoin Core and make something cool and add it to it, that is a cool project. If you want to fork any other project and add a new feature, that can be your project. But just something to keep in mind is that you will only be judged on what you build during the hackathon. So if there's already a lot of the project built, you're not going to be judged on that. You're only going to be judged on the new stuff. For the team that makes the best contribution to an existing project.
Alex, does my PR need to get merged before judging in order to be eligible?
No, but it is awfully impressive if you do. So that will be taken into account, but it's absolutely not a requirement. Moving on, the second Btrust challenge is to solve the open source contribution spam problem. Ever since the AI started taking over the world, open source maintainers have been inundated with a flood of PRs from low quality submitters and low quality submissions. So this is a massive problem for those managing the open source project. So Btrust wants you to try to build a tool, workflow policy, or protocol to help maintainers stop spam while still welcoming serious new contributors. So this is a cool kind of challenge. If you want to make your project around this, that would be you'd be eligible for this prize.
I think we could say filter boys wanted. For this
If you're passionate
one.
about filters, you should definitely submit to this project. Also, for these optional challenges, one thing to note is in your submission on DevPost, you have to check the box that you're going for that specific challenge. You're not automatically considered. So just in your submission on DevPost, just let us know that you are submitting for this optional challenge. Jodam. Is Jodam in the audience? You want to come up and talk about the Minmo challenges?
Hey, everyone. Let's hack together. So we have a challenge here. If you live in Kenya, anywhere in Africa, or anywhere in South America, you probably have seen mobile money agents. And the challenge is it's time to empower these people with Bitcoin. So this prize goes to the best hack, the best build that somehow empowers these mobile money agents with tools that they can serve their customers with Bitcoin. Yep.
Incredible.
Now there's a second one. This is the challenge we are on every day at Minmo, and we've kind of proposed a set of definitions which we think will go a long way in enabling mobile money agents. So more specifically, if you can use Pontmo, and it's available on GitHub, github.com/Pontmo/protocol to empower anyone. So on-ramp, off-ramp, now more broadly defined. If you surprise us with the first one, even better, you take the prize. Yep, you're welcome to the hack.
Awesome. Thank you, Minmo. All right, moving on to rules and judging.
What are the rules, Alex?
Want to tell us about the rules?
I'll tell you about the rules. So first rule, a team can have one and up to 4 members. And you personally can only be a member of one team. As we established already, any AI agents or clankers, as we like to call them, do not count towards your team count. Yeah, what else have we got? So 1 to 4 people. At least one person on your team must be here in person to demonstrate your project during the judging period or periods. If no one is here to present, your team will be disqualified. So yes, you can have remote participants or remote team members if that's something that you want, but one of you must be here in person. And finally, no development may begin before the judging, or before the start and time of the hackathon, which is
now.
Right now. So any teams that violate this rule will be automatically disqualified. So you're allowed to build on any project that you already have built or something you've already got going. You just need to make it clear in judging what was actually accomplished or contributed during the period of the hackathon, which is now until the start of the judging expo tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, so if you've gotten a head start and you've already started your project, just, RM-RF, just get new, get a just new project, just start over at this point.
But I see some of you typing now, talking to your giants. That's great. That's good. Ready to go. Okay. How are we going to judge the hackathon? So there's 2 rounds of judging. The first round is something that we call expo style. How many of you have presented in a science fair or something similar before? So you'll be familiar with this. For the rest of you, it's great. It's a fun experience. You're going to be assigned a table. We'll be in the expo hall, which is across the walkway from here, with all the tables. Each team will be assigned a table number. You're going to hang out at your table number with your laptop, and then we'll have teams of judges with clipboards that will be circulating the expo, talking to each team as they go around. So you as a project team should have the opportunity to pitch to 2 or 3 different groups of judges during the 2-hour-long expo. You'll have about, is it 3 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
To present. So these judges are going to be on a very tight timeline. So you'll make sure you want to practice your pitch so that you can fit in the tight timeline. But you'll have multiple opportunities to address the judges as each new one comes around. So, and this will be tomorrow at, is it 1:15? Maybe closer to 1:30. But no, be there at 1:15. Hustle back from lunch.
Yeah, so it's going to be tight. Timing is going to be a bit tight, so make sure to try to hit lunch immediately as soon as lunch is starting. Eat quickly and try to be back up here, setting up at your table by 1:15. We really need to start the expo right at 1:30 sharp. So come a bit early, come at 1:15, find your table, get set up, practice your pitch, and be good to go so that we can shoot the gun off at
We'll try
1:30.
to have power at the tables, but if you could remember to charge your laptops during lunch, also that will go a long way to help make sure everything goes smoothly. Great. Okay, so what happens after the expo? Our finalists, so we'll pick, I think, top 6 teams typically. So out of the however many 20, 30 hackathon teams that we have presenting at the expo, the judges will pick their favorites. The top 6 will then get to present on stage to an entire audience of your peers on Friday at 2:30 p.m. So we will be announcing the finalists in Telegram at the close of the expo, or basically at close of conference tomorrow. So probably around the time the final panel ends, we should know who the judges have picked.
Amazing.
Do we have time for questions?
Yeah, any questions about the science fair, how this will work? Shoot. Great question. So if you make it to the final round, can you continue working on your project for the time after the expo through the finalist presentations? Yes. If you make it to finals, you get an extra day, basically. So yeah, it's 1 day until the expo, and then you get an extra day if you make it to finals.
To be clear, you can keep hacking on your project even if you don't make finals. You just won't get the opportunity to present and be in the running for the final top 3. AI agents do not count towards your count of 4 people. So you're welcome to use as many agents as you can afford.
Correct.
Yeah, so the question is, I have a doppelganger who's an AI agent. He doesn't count. That is correct.
Your
That is
OpenClaw,
one person.
your OpenClaw, your Hermes, whatever, it does not count. Yes.
Does not count. So, another question here. So the question is, how many projects can you submit? The answer is 1. So each team gets 1 project, and you as a person can only be on 1 team.
Yeah, we want you to go all in. We want you to focus. We want you to focus and make a single best project for the submission. If you have many ideas, you'll have to pick your favorite one.
I'm sorry? So the bonus challenges are add-ons to your 1 project. So it'll pick your favorite, yeah. So the question is, are we individually registering? You'll be registering as a team. So after this ends, find your team and then go and submit as a team that you're going to make a project. And then that's what will be used to judge for the expo.
Yeah, if you want credit, if everybody on your team wants credit for being on that team, there's a way to add multiple participants, so everybody's names can be on it on the dev post, but that's not required. All we need is the 1 submission.
Is it okay to be a solo hacker? The answer is yes, definitely. It is more fun if you work on a team. We've heard from past hackathon participants that one of the things that they like about the hackathon is that it's an opportunity to work with new people on maybe a project that you wouldn't have otherwise. You are totally allowed to work on a project by yourself.
Cool. Let's keep going. We can take more questions at the end. We have an absolutely stacked panel of judges. So thank you, judges, for donating your time. Yeah, featuring members from large human rights organizations, from open source funding organizations, from Bitcoin Core contributors, Cashew contributors. It's honestly incredible, all of the talent we have in this room.
Are judges allowed to participate, Alex?
Judges are disqualified. You're allowed to hack, but you cannot give yourself the prize, Nifty.
So speaking of judges, how are we going to be judged? Or how is the judging going to happen?
Yeah, so we're going to judge the overall competition with these 3 criteria. The goal of these criteria is to produce or promote well-rounded projects. So the 3 criteria are, first, routine difficulty. Oh, also, these are framed after the
Women's Olympic Gymnastics Grading,
which is the world authority on performance-based judging, after all. So, yeah, the three criteria are, first, routine difficulty. This covers the quality of your project idea. So, both the ambition of what you're trying to accomplish, but also how just good of an idea is, the quality of the problem and the potential impact of your idea. Second is the routine execution. This is what you actually build. So were you able to build something that works? Does it Were you able to solve the problem that you set out to solve? So again, the first two criteria are the idea, effectively, and then what you actually build to solve, what you build, and are you able to build out your idea? And then the last criteria is general effect. This is everything else, including a swag factor, your presentation, applicability to the theme. You get bonus points here in this general effect if it's on theme, if it has to do with Bitcoin open source. So again, routine difficulty, routine execution, and general effect. And all of these criteria are published on the dev post with longer descriptions.
The general effect is maybe if you're making a presentation, does it make the audience laugh? Is it something that it's like sort of a clever way of framing the problem? So any kinds of creativity that you can put into what you're presenting will definitely win you points on the general effect, as well as adhering to the theme, which in this case is Bitcoin open source. Great.
Big theme. Okay, this might be the most important slide. Recommend taking a picture or just paying super close attention. So we're kicking off the hacking now. As soon as this is over, you can go start building your projects. The first important time here is the submission deadline. So you must have your submission in by 1 p.m. tomorrow. 1 p.m. tomorrow, submissions close. If it's 1:01, I'm so sorry that you did not get your submission in. So get your submissions in early. Again, it does not really matter about the content. It just has to be in so we can count your team. Then at 1:15, you need to be upstairs over at the expo hall across from the workshop stage getting set up. So between 1 and 1:15, we'll send in the Telegram all of the table assignments and just find your table and get set up and get ready to start the judging expo at 1:30 tomorrow. Again, you have 3 minutes to present to judges. 3 minutes. It's a lot faster than it seems. Judges will cut you off after 3 minutes because we have a lot of teams to get through. And then finally, the finalists will present on the main stage right here at 2:30 on Friday. And if you make it to finals, you get a bit longer. You get 5 minutes to present. And then we'll announce who wins at 5. Any questions about the schedule?
Who's ready to win? Yeah, let's go.
Cool. You might be thinking after this presentation, should I participate? Any guesses of the answer? Yes, everybody hacks. You're here at Bitcoin++. You're surrounded by builders. There is no better place in the world to be to build. So everybody here should be hacking. And yes, I mean you. You're already here. It's just a few hours. It's just a day. It's a single night. And AI is doing all the work for you. There are no excuses. Everybody's going to be hacking. Is everybody on board? Yes? Yes? Fantastic. So this is it. Let's see if our project is now built. Our project files are not saved. That's okay. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to sync our provider. We're going to Nostr. We're going to push it to Nostr. Anywho, so let's look at our project. So again, we were building a tool to help make our open source code nice, our proprietary closed source code open source. So we can falsify, for example, we have our proprietary code over on the left from Megacorp Inc., proprietary and confidential. We can click our license, that's kind of cool. Let's do a GPLv3, copy left, and falsify it. And boom, look at that. We now have a free and open source version with a license on it. We did it. We just open source code. So as you can see, everybody in the room absolutely has the capability of describing a project and then watching it come to life before their eyes. So yeah, no excuses. Spectacular, yeah. Shakespeare is designed to work on mobile, so you can just do it from your phone.
Great.
And that's all we got. So happy hacking. Right now, what you should do is socialize and find your team. Again, you're allowed to work alone, but we recommend highly that you work with others. Check out the challenges. So again, go to the dev post, check out the challenges, and use that to help maybe inform your project idea. And then make your dev post submission as soon as possible.
And get hacking. We've got space in the expo for you to hang out. The expo hall across the way has plenty of tables. You're welcome to hang out and work on your project until we get kicked out later tonight. So
if you're looking for team members, after we're done, just come to the stage. We're going to do team building on stage. So if you're looking for other people to work with, there's plenty of people that want to work with you. So
what should I do if I need an idea, Alex?
Talk to people, look at the challenges, start getting inspired. But yeah, feel free to ask for advice, but check out the challenges, and that should give you some ideas. Yep. Great question.
I
Okay.
got a question here.
Yeah.
Where are the challenges?
On the dev post. So scan this QR code, go to fos.devpost.com. They are all listed there.
Question is, will there be talks tomorrow? Yes, there will be talks tomorrow morning. So ideally, you're able to put some time into hacking tonight, and then there will be, I think, 2.5 hours of talks tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. till 12:30 at lunch, and then after lunch, we'll go ahead and have the expo.
You're encouraged to multitask. Go to talks while hacking on your project. Cool. Anything else? All right, that's it. Happy hacking. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Come to the
You need
stage
a
for team building.
Come
Team
up.
building. Team building. Sick.